ready to begin. And the Wi-Fi is so terrible, you can't even connect. These types of stressful situations happen all the time, but they don't have to. When you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you have access to their free high-speed Wi-Fi, so you can take care of those critical emails, join your meetings on time, and even unwind streaming your favorite shows without having to worry. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, a show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen that airs on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Come on in, Doug. The water is warm.
All right.
And Jackson has a Stiefel dossier for the ages today. Jamie Rivers on the program. Victor Scott coined the phrase "youngry," but his own artist is going to be on the program. And Jeremy Rutherford is going to be on the program. But kind of surprisingly on the Stiefel dossier, nobody from the Magic or the Atlanta Hawks, which was what our producer was watching last night.
He didn't go through with that threat, did he?
Threat. I like that.
Did you really go through with that threat?
Of course.
Oh,
wow. Cardinals on, Blues on.
I watched all the Cardinals, too.
Did you watch any of the Blues in Utah?
No.
Doug, how could a morning that should be so glorious in the Mound City be started in such a negative way?
I don't know. Maybe we should start over.
I was thinking there'd be no negativity today.
I'm as positive as anybody.
You
Let's
zip
go
it,
no.
pal. You zip it. This is a blues city and a blues station. You zip it.
All right.
Not the least bit interested in it, huh?
Even if we ask you a question, don't say a word.
Thank you, Jackson, for not watching, you jinx. That's from the 618, and they were already ready to go. You can be ready to go, too. The Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in, 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines, and Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. And already 96 fans of the Friends of the Feather, Doug. Fans probably isn't the right word. Friends of the Feather.
People.
96 people have gathered to listen to the program. youtube.com/TMASTL. Cut him! That's from the 314. Doug, you said a month and a half ago the chances of the Blues going into the playoffs, 98.5%. You didn't care what Puck Monkey said.
No.
You didn't care what Money Puck said.
Not at all.
You had it at 98.5%.
That's right.
You cashed in your chips. The St. Louis Blues are going to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. Boy, they came out with their hair on fire last night, got the 4 goals in the first period, one of the better first periods they played the whole year. Just kind of put it out of reach early. And as it turns out, it's a darn good thing they won because Calgary won again. And the Blues lost that game. I think all Calgary would need is 1 point when Thursday night in their final game, and the Blues would be out. But they came through when they had to in a big way. They played great last
I don't know
night.
if Blues fans have ever had an easier, stressful game where they go in, and I'm trying to remember, I'm sure there have been some.
Game 6 Western Conference Final Sharks when half the team didn't travel to St. Louis because the Blues had beaten the living hell out of them following the hand-pass smug press conference. Doug, was that Carlson, Thornton, and Burns?
I think so. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a
Got to do
while.
show prep.
But that was as commanding of performance early. I thought, well, this is going to be stressful. We'll see what happens, and we'll keep an eye on that Wild score. And then the Flames started, and all of a sudden, Flames hadn't even started yet, and it's 4-0.
I have to admit, I had the negative thought, and you can scold me now. After the Blues took that 4-0 lead, I thought, if they don't win now, having lost the last, it would be 4 losses to end the season, and the last one with a 4-0 lead, it would go down as one of the great collapses in NHL history. I had that negative thought.
That's exactly, Mark.
But it didn't happen. And I
I thought
pulled
the
myself
same
up by the
thing.
bootstraps, and I went in and started doing the power play dance again.
Here is the final call of the Blues returning to the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time since 2022.
10 seconds left. Here they are, folks. Fans in St. Louis showed up. Blues brought the season back from the brink. And you can bring out the Zamboni. They beat the Utah Hockey Club 6-1. They earn a trip to the Stanley Cup playoffs. They'll face off against the Winnipeg Jets. And the St. Louis Blues will have a chance to win the Cup this year.
Outstanding. Nothing like Stanley Cup playoffs in St. Louis. Beautiful weather oftentimes during the day as it starts to warm up. And then, Doug, we cuddle on usually the Big Spoon and watch the Stanley Cup playoffs at night, or in our case, early in the morning at about 4:30 without looking at our phones because the game doesn't end until midnight. But that's fine. That's the cost of doing business when you travel to Manitoba.
It's just, they came within 22 seconds of traveling
I'm
to
telling
Las
you.
Vegas instead.
So I didn't get a chance to watch the Magic and Hawks last night, or the Warriors and Grizzlies for that matter. But I had, once the Blues took the big lead, I'm just kind of, it's in the background, got to get the kids ready for bed, the whole process. And so I was operating on the premise that Minnesota was losing, and they were 2-1 to Anaheim. And then all of a sudden I hear, well, the Blues will take on the Jets if they're able to close this out because Minnesota. And I go, what the hell happened? 22 seconds left, and Minnesota scores a goal to send it to overtime. And at that moment, it didn't matter what they did in overtime. That clinched the 7th spot in the Western Conference, the number 1 wild card spot for the Wild, which meant that assuming the Blues would win, which they did, they would be taking on the Jets. But you're correct, 22 seconds away from a trip to VGK.
And that's where Jamie Rivers wanted to go.
Yeah, and he's going to join us at 8:15, and I bet he's furious.
He may still go to Vegas, just out of protest.
Yeah, he can cover the Blues game from Vegas. He can watch it on TV like the rest of us. Comment there.
Apparently, Minnesota pulled their goalie, too. Like, they were determined to win it late, is what I was understanding. I didn't pay close attention. Once the Blues were up, I kind of checked out on Minnesota. That's what I was told last night.
Well, they were down 2-1, so I don't know why they wouldn't have.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's right.
And yeah,
Scratch that from the record, Jackson. Delete that from the log.
Jackson is deleting it right now from the log. They once they got the point, they had that spot, so they were good. Calgary was actually down. And from a live betting standpoint, if you're really monitoring this, once the Blues and Wild had won, I would have never thought that they would come back, considering their season at that moment was over. They still have to play a game tomorrow, but all of it is immaterial. The Flames will not be going to the playoffs. The Blues are, and here is what Jim Montgomery said to the boys in the room right after they clinched a playoff spot.
All right, at the lever pail.
Okay, boys, congrats. It's a hell of a job tonight. That's Blues hockey, and congrats making it to the playoffs, okay? Now, we play Winnipeg, in case you didn't know by watching the scoreboards. Playoffs, going to be fun, boys. It's what we worked all year for. It shows what you can achieve when you guys work as a group. That was awesome. All right, good.
Was the audio cutting in and out, or is that my headset?
Swearing?
He was swearing.
Oh, gosh.
Not quite Brooby-esque.
Doug, I know you always pull your kids aside when you hear profanity to try to explain it to them. How will you explain it to them?
Usually they're the ones using it. They have to pull me aside and explain it to me.
How am I going to explain this to Dad?
Mm-hmm. Of course, they're older now. 20s. Yeah. That sounds like it.
So many storylines. Snugs.
Snipes!
First goal of his career comes in a clinching final game of the regular season, and he gets a Wagyu steak on top of it, Doug.
Shinner bought him the Wagyu steak.
Promised him a Wagyu.
Why are you guys pronouncing it like that?
I thought it was Wagyu.
Is it Wagyu?
Wagyu.
What is a Wagyu steak? I'm sorry. You guys are the
It's a
elitists here.
specific kind of beef.
Yeah. Usually
Like-
Japanese.
Well, it used to be Kobe was the big thing, right?
Also Japanese, but different.
Well, that I knew, but
Well, why do they have better beef than us?
It's like
slap a tariff on it, Doug.
it's like
Oh, shoot,
pampered
20%.
cows. It's like pampered cow, like massaging the cow. Like
Somebody actually goes out in the barnyard and massages the
they
cow.
like feed the cow like beer, which is apparently better for.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, why don't
Yeah,
we do
that when
that
my
here?
dad barbecued in the 80s.
Yeah.
The pork steak was Wagyu, and you didn't know it.
Pouring the lager on top of it after the fact. I don't know if it
While they're alive,
yields the
It's not-
same result.
They're not bathing in suds.
No, they feed it up. It's an expensive
up.
process.
Why
I'm
is
sorry,
it-
I didn't mean to. Please continue.
Yeah, zip it. I forgot. Never mind. Even when spoken to, you don't speak.
Yes, it looked like he was going to get his first goal in that breakaway that led to Schen's goal, but that winds up being an assist as Schenn gets it, but then later on he got the third goal for the Blues. I was listening to Joey Vitale on the Fast Lane yesterday, and he was saying your best players have to play their best, and it would be great if Schenn can be one of those guys because he hasn't really done a whole lot since Dylan Holloway went out, and sure enough, what was, and if you do ISO in on it, and Jeremy Rutherford, who will be joining us on the program at approximately 10 o'clock, made the observation. He's exactly right. That play was set up by Buchnevich's just a little backhand to Snuggerud, who then breaks away. And then oftentimes you'll see guys kind of lay back when a teammate is on the break, but Schenn followed right in. And Doug, he got the morsel of the biscuit that was still on the platter?
He put the cow pie in the feed trough, something like that.
Braden Sheen.
Good to see the captain get the first goal. The guy
Yeah,
who
that's
could have
a tall
left,
man.
you know?
He was number one star of the game, they said.
Snipes was 3.
Just so many storylines that begin with stealing the players from Edmonton. Bannister, God bless him, nobody felt great about that decision. Even at the time, they were like, okay, they didn't get whoever they wanted.
It's business. It's never personal. Nino Brown, 1991, New Jack City. Doug, your favorite picture?
No, it's not my favorite picture.
But I'm saying going back to when he was named the head coach, I think everybody was like, okay.
Good thing that the Bruins won in the first round.
Yeah, okay, so we got Banny. God bless him. And then you get that resolved. You pick up Fowler along the way. I mean, and then Shen maybe, and he even said in the post game, like he said something like, could have gone either way, but he told the team there was unfinished business. There are a lot of different moments here where things could have gone a totally different direction, and Blues fans have seen that over the years. But in the end, 46th time, Jim Thomas, friend of the show, had a tweet last night. Did you guys see the percentages? And Jim was looking at all-time teams in the postseason percentage. He said the Blues have made the playoffs in their 57 seasons 46 times, which is an 80.7% clip. I don't know about the Vaughn index. JT said, so the Blues franchise has made the postseason 80.7%. Now, granted, used to be, 11 out of 16 or whatever. But he said, by his calculations, only Vegas, with 7 out of 8, has a better success rate.
How about that?
Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting.
JT crunching the numbers.
Because starting following the 2004 season, something that we had taken for granted around here because the streak went back. Did it go back to like 80, 79?
Was it 25 in a row?
It was just something we took for granted. Now, again, as you laid out, Martin, for listeners who are older, 4 or 5 teams in the Norris Division would go to the playoffs until they realigned. But with that all established, there were some years, and some of them being recent and some of them going back about 2 decades, where the Blues going to the playoffs was the furthest thing from possible, and now they are back. And when you have a guy like Binnington, who was damn good last night, but at the same time, for the first 8 minutes of the game, Utah had 1 shot on goal, and it was like a dump-in, so it wasn't even really... I mean, the Blues dominated that thing from the outset, and you could kind of tell. Jim Montgomery actually said this. I don't know if we have that as one of the sound bites. He said he knew within the first few minutes we were going to win the game, and I kind of got that sense as well. I put a little taste on the Blues last night. I felt like if they won and I didn't, I would feel like I let my family down because there was some free money out there. Especially with Utah having played the night before and the Blues in the spot that they were in with needing to win that game. But Montgomery said from the get-go he could tell that they were in the right state playing the game they needed to play. So not only was he happy that they won, he was happy the manner with which they played. And keep in mind, we hadn't really seen that since the Holloway injury. Jackson, do you have this? Here's little Jackie Papers audio, Doug.
No, but this is the way we were starting games when we played really well, right? There was a purpose, there was an intent. We got to our A game right away.
You know, Montgomery kind of sounds like that guy who did the play-by-play. We went top shelf, get a new room.
I think he sounds like Ron Caron.
Yeah, it's at Montreal in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that!
Well, not when he hits that.
Look at that!
You think the Blues head coach sounds like that guy?
Well, earlier in that soundbite, not really after the goal.
How about Monty? You leave Boston. They finished in last in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, that was one of those things in the moment. Actually, before he was let go, that talk amongst people who are truly, sharp inside the game of hockey were like, they're going to whack him to cover for them building a crap roster or allocating dollars in a spot where they can't build a good roster. And sure enough, they're covering their asses up there, led to the Blues being in the spot that they're in. And I'm sure many people in St. Louis are very grateful that Boston decided that he was going to be the scapegoat. Jim Montgomery hasn't been there for the last 60 or so games, and things got even worse. Thank you. Thank you for the delicious coach.
Boston kind of owed us. Yeah, career-wise, Doug. Boston owed us something.
It should be a lesson to teams. When you have a really good coach, you know he's a really good coach, and you have one down year, don't get rid of the coach. Don't be so impatient. My goodness, it's not always the coach's fault.
A friend of the program and critic of Doug Vaughn's vacation habits, Steve Savard, tweeted out, the Blues went 19-4-2 over their final 25 games, claiming 42 of 50 possible points. Take a bow, Jim Montgomery. And that is something that, when you look at it from that perspective, 42 of 50 points would be incredible if they were healthy, but they weren't healthy. It's a thing I keep going back to. I know Parayko is back, but man, I'm telling you, the morning or the night or the afternoon, I guess it was, of the before the trade deadline, that Parayko's out. I'm going, well, crap, that'll do it. Sucks because they were playing well. And to their credit, and to Montgomery's credit, when asked about it, he said, a month ago, I would have been really concerned. He goes, but now these guys just believe and they're playing the style of hockey that we need to play to win. He goes, so I'm still confident. I'm going, okay, I guess that's what you got to say. Well, God bless him. He was right. In addition to that, the Blues will now have their captain going up against his brother in the first round. How about that?
Braden Sheen. Does he pronounce it Shin or Sheen?
He pronounces it the proper way, Sheen.
Sheen, just so it rhymes in the song that we have.
That's correct.
They changed it, kind of like Joe Theismann did that to rhyme his name with Heisman.
Right. My understanding is that was more the Notre Dame officials. I don't think that was my biological father, Joe Theismann.
Yeah.
Theismann. Yeah, I pronounce it Theismann, too.
Okay.
If you look at my driver's license, where I'm listed as 5'8".
And to think they needed 42 of the 50 points and needed every last one of those points. They needed every one of them. If you had taken a bet then, would the Blues get in the playoffs when they needed that kind of points, you could have got some staggering odds. But you know what happens when you get hot? You can win this baby.
Whoa. Hold on a second. What?
If we can just get hot, we can win this baby. I've been saying it for months.
Yeah.
And we got
said it in
hot.
2019, and we got a baby, and that baby is now turning 6 in June.
Same thing applies here.
Come mid-June, we could be hoisting that chalice.
You're going to hear it a lot before they play Winnipeg. 2019, Doug, they fired the coach, brought in a new guy. First round, faced off against mighty Winnipeg.
Wow,
Beat him. Think of the parallels.
Whooped them.
Friend of the program who celebrated a birthday yesterday, Cam Jansen, tweeted out one of my favorite pictures from that Winnipeg series, and that is, they were all white at Jets home games for playoffs, whiteouts, and there was one guy wearing a blue Blues jersey right after one of the key goals. I think it was in Game 4, or it would have been Game 5, and he's standing amidst the white jerseys or in T-shirts and hoodies in Winnipeg as the Blues are right in front of him celebrating a crucial goal. And brought me back to 2019, which was, hey, man, that was going to be a challenge. The Blues were not the favorite in that one, even as well as they had been playing. In addition to Shen versus Shen or Sheen versus Sheen, depending on your pronunciation, you have a rematch of the Four Nations netminders with Bennington against Connor Hellebuck.
Mm-hmm. Let's hope it ends the same way.
Aye.
Winnipeg is a tough matchup, though.
President's Trophy.
Won the President. They gave up by a considerable margin the fewest number of goals in the league. They had the highest goal differential in the league. They've got a guy statistically is the best goaltender in the league right now. It's a tough matchup for sure. But if we
Shut
stay
up,
hot,
ravioli head.
Oh, come on.
A lot of pressure on them, though, to do something in the postseason. Same for Connor Hellebuck, who's got great career numbers against the Blues, but his playoff numbers, we looked this up one day, not real strong in the postseason. Now, it's a different time of year. Mm-hmm. I would think all the pressure's on Winnipeg, that President's Trophy, top seed, fan base itching to actually do something. I'm sure to them, 2019... for the fan base, at least, that feels pretty familiar. Was it Tim? You're good. Was it game 1 or 2 when the Schwartz the crazy late? Remember early in that series?
Yeah.
Didn't they have like a late goal or there something?
Oh,
I forget.
deflection.
I thought it was Game 5, actually, because the Blues won the first 2 games in Winnipeg, and then they lost the next 2 in St. Louis, and it looked like Winnipeg was about to take a 3-2 series lead heading back to St. Louis, and that's when they mounted a Sunday charge, and I believe that's when that picture that Cam tweeted out was taken.
I remember that goal now. Somebody from the board shot it in, and Shin, or not Shin, Schwartz deflected it.
Braden Sheen.
See, there it is. It is pronounced Sheen.
Tim, you like logistics. You were talking off air about potential games back here.
That's right. There is a situation at the Enterprise Center with logistics, Martin. I'm following Winnipeg writers on the Twitter tweets to get their perspective, as always. And then for my burners, I tweet at them and scold them when they have anti-Blues takes. That's just kind of something I do to vent childhood frustrations. I think it goes back to Gary Kornfeld cutting me from all those teams, and the way I fill that void is by tweeting from my burners. But Brooks and Dunn, Doug, will be at Enterprise Center on April 25th. That's a Friday, a week from Friday.
Okay.
And Cat Williams will be performing at the Enterprise Center on Saturday, April 26th. Therefore, a concert that was scheduled in Winnipeg. But Doug, when I say BTO, what does that mean to you? Martin, don't do it because I know you're going to know it.
BTO, Bachman-Turner Overdrive.
They were scheduled for this Saturday. But Mikey McIntyre, you follow Mikey McIntyre on the Twitter tweets?
No.
So Mikey McIntyre was saying they moved that BTO concert to try to accommodate the Jets because they knew they were going to be in the playoffs. So they're trying to figure out when the Jets will play against the Blues, and here's the issue. If you move the game to Saturday night to open up the Stanley Cup playoffs, then the next time they would play would either be Monday or Tuesday. The problem is you can't play in St. Louis on Friday or Saturday unless they move the game to like the Kirkwood Athletic Complex.
Ooh, I kind of like that. Premium ticket.
I wouldn't mind that either. So the way that it's going to work in St. Louis is they're probably playing on Thursday and then probably playing on Sunday.
Yeah.
You don't want to get into a spot where you play Saturday, Monday, 2 days off, Thursday, 2 days off, Sunday. That's what Mikey McIntyre was saying. And it all goes back to Brooks and Dunn, Cat Williams, and Bachman-Turner Overdrive.
You can't bump Cat Williams. You can't say, hey, kitty cat, how about we have our building back?
Wow. Cat Williams called in 314-974-0101.
I didn't realize I didn't realize he's as successful as he is. I see he has purchased a military base. Cat Williams has purchased Fort McClellan, a military base in Alabama. Plans to convert it into a film studio.
Now, he's huge. We cannot play any of his audio because he swears more than Monty and Berube combined, really? I would say. It is a question when you run a building, when do you book events? The Rams used to have the Dome blocked out every January. And so the folks that run the Dome would say, hey,
even during the Spagnola?
Yes. And so the people that ran the Dome said this was really difficult to book conventions because those are done 3 years out. Mm-hmm. Will the Rams be a playoff team 3 years from now?
Ooh, who knows?
Probably not here in St. Louis. That was probably a safe bet, but they couldn't ever because they had to block out January just in case they made the playoffs. So if you're running the old Enterprise, the Blues, let's book some events.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. I think Thursday, Sunday back here makes the most sense.
So therefore, Mikey McIntyre was saying he thought that there was a chance that they would start on Sunday because they didn't want to get in a spot where you would have 2 days off in between all of these games and spread out the series. Now, he wasn't saying, therefore, it will start on Sunday. Jim Montgomery, Martin, as we were talking off air, said, we're not playing until Saturday, so I don't want to talk about the Winnipeg Jets. I want to enjoy this moment. So maybe it is going to be Saturday, Monday, and then they'll just have 2 days off until they play in St. Louis on Thursday. I just wouldn't imagine they would play in St. Louis on Wednesday and then not play again until Sunday. But again, for those of you just joining us on the program, the Enterprise Center is booked with Brooks and Dunn on Friday, April 25th, and Cat Williams on Saturday, April 26th. Doug, and then I know you got tickets for this. WWE's Backlash is on May 10th.
Doggone it, I miss getting tickets.
And so should they play the Stars or Avs in the second round, that might
we
be
can
something
bump them, can't we?
I wouldn't. I believe Vincent Kennedy McMahon got sideways with St. Louis's own Stan Kroenke.
Yes, he did.
When he tried to move a WWE event out of what was the Pepsi Center, and now known as Ball Arena in Denver.
I love the fact BTO being a Canadian band is like, we're good. Let's watch some hockey, boys. I interviewed Randy Bachman. He comes on the air and he said, it's actually Bachman. And I said, you've been Bachman-Turner Overdrive for 50 years. He goes, yeah, I eventually gave up. He said his name is pronounced Randy Bachman. He goes, but once it became Bachman-Turner Overdrive, there was nothing I could do.
Too late. Yeah.
Guys, BTO's from Winnipeg, and they're having a street naming ceremony, and Randy Bachman?
Wally Backman.
Wally Backman, yeah.
Is he in BTO?
Honor.
Must be.
On Friday, so they probably don't want to move that concert. That's from the 314.
You know who's playing in Winnipeg on Friday?
Who's that?
Nellie Moe.
Nelly.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, your Mount Rushmore of Nelly songs.
I don't have a Mount Rushmore for you.
I kind of like those combos he does, too.
You like the one he did with Tim McGraw.
Over and over.
Oh, Doug.
And then the Florida-Georgia line.
Yeah, Jackson loves Florida-Georgia line.
Come on, with Nelly.
I has got Come On Bro.
Why would you say that?
Talking about Nelly, and you mentioned Florida Georgia line.
No, the combo song.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Ledoux people don't like country music?
No, that's not the case at all. Just Nelly is like a legend, and his collab with Florida Georgia line isn't the first thing I think of.
Oh, I love
I don't
that
mean to be an elitist, but like, Country Grammar is like an incredible album.
Ride With Me is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I'd say like
that was
every.
kind of the theme song of the 2000 Cardinals as they were imbibing in the locker room celebrating championships. So, Doug, you're going Ride With Me over and over?
I would go with Ride With Me over and over.
Country Grammar.
Country Grammar.
Air Force Ones.
I like Air Force Ones. I think that's a nice play.
Ones, yeah.
I think that's a nice play. Martin, your Florida Georgia line got Come On Broed.
It's just.
No speaking. No speaking, you.
That's right, I forgot. My gag order.
Gosh, NBA boy chimes in, smacking down my enjoyment of Nelly's.
Hey, you like what you
collab.
like. You like what you like.
I like a club. Thanks for allowing me that.
Guys, Winnipeg has Bush in concert Tuesday, April 29th as well. That is from the 314.
Mike
Reminds
Bush?
me that producer Joe has a landing strip. Yeah, so that's April 29th. So now you got to move around this. So maybe you go, God, I guess they go Saturday, Monday, St. Louis Thursday, St. Louis Sunday.
Probably so, yeah.
All right, Doug. Well, let's
What a
book it.
mess.
And are you mad at Backman Turner Overdrive? Gavin Rossdale?
I would think
Cat
Nelly,
Williams?
if need be, would get out of the way for his blues, I'm sure. But he's
Backman-
not an issue.
Backman Turner Overdrive sounds like how Mad Dog Russo would pronounce it. He would call it Backman.
Hey, Tony LaRusso, Backman Overdrive.
You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
That's how we got Victor Scott. I just called up and said, you mean to tell me we can't get Kevin Leahy? We can't get the guy named Munoz on?
Doug, that Gavin Rossdale is yummy. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler.
Okay.
Married to Gwen Stefani
Is that right?
at one time. Yeah, he is going to join us to preview the Blues and Jets at some point. I know Jamie Rivers is on that Stiefel dossier at 8:15. And then Victor Scott, he's going to be with us on the program in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour with the Cardinals with a busman special. Martin, that's when the players clamored to get on this program because they're up early in the morning, dressed in black. Ice
A lot of them,
Cube.
they want to come into the studio, a lot of them.
Yeah.
And we have to say, you can't come in here with
Don't have
spikes
enough mics.
on.
Not
Not with
enough
spikes.
mics. Not enough mics with your spikes.
Friend of the show, Michael Whitty, Cardinals PR man, texted me at about 10:30 last night. We had texted earlier in the day, and I said, hey, we were playing some Argo, and if VC2 wants to come on the show, he's more than welcome. He said, let me check with him. And I said, it's fine. Either way, it's fine. We're not too worried about it. We can always talk Nelly.
Right.
And then he texted me like 10:30. I was in the open of Sports Final, and I was sitting on the set. I go, oh, cool. And he said, is he a surprise guest? I said, yeah, probably not.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Looking forward to that. Yeah.
So we'll get to the bottom. I mean, we'll be able to play Youngry for him. He will probably not necessarily be mean-spirited about it, but convey that isn't the song of the 2025 world champion St. Louis Cardinals. And maybe he has one on his new album. Jackson,
well
have you
could.
listened to the entire album?
Most of it.
Yeah.
Two-seater, the one I played yesterday, I really, really like.
Two-seater.
Two-seater.
What does that mean?
Like a coupe, car with two seats.
Oh, no back seat to it. Okay.
I bet he'd do a collab if Florida Georgia offered, right?
Yeah, probably.
Add exposure.
Is Florida Georgia Line still making music?
Don't know. Don't care.
Hopefully not.
Oh.
Chairman Curtin out on board.
you guys
they did have a breakup.
Did they?
Unfortunately, and we'll cover that more coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Brought to you by McKernan.
Little bit was the song. I'm sorry. A little bit.
Evergreen Wealth Strategies. You're welcome to get involved. So many different ways to do so. That YouTube chat is one of them, and that's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. And Design Air is a way you can get involved with that Design Air heating and cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, I've got some good news for you because our common ground is a hatred of cold weather. Well, take a listen to this.
What?
It's currently 45 degrees in St. Louis, and you can say goodbye to the 40s until October. because they are not in the forecast over the next 10 days. This is it.
That'd be nice.
When it hits 52 degrees at 9 o'clock, that's the last time the St. Louis metropolitan area, at least in the next 10 days, and then logic would dictate, now that you're in late April, you're likely not to see it again until October. That means right when the Blues go into the Stanley Cup playoffs, the schedule says, okay, that's it. We got warm weather in St. Louis. What else could you possibly ask
Nothing.
for? Design Air Heating and Cooling, HVAC, any issues? Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. You work with Seth Goldcamp and his team. DesignAirService.com, the longest running sponsor on TMA. DesignAirService.com is where you go with any HVAC issues you have. And this is the time to start tuning up your air conditioning for the warm weather months, because about a month from now, we're going to have temperatures in the 90s every once in a while, and then it gets hot. Make sure it's ready to go. DesignAirService.com with Seth Goldcamp and his team.
I was going to say, I remember the days when the Blues played back at the arena. If they were still in the playoffs in like late May and it got really hot outside, it would be a real problem for the ice.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. They say, the ice is going to be bad. It's so hot outside.
Wasn't a fan of the ice anyway.
The ice sucks. That's what he would say.
What about the weather? Weather sucks. What about the referees? The referees suck. What about travel? Travel sucks.
Some breaking news here. Big Tuft has just sent in a text regarding what you're doing, auditions at Brio, is that right? For the Real Housewives of TMA?
Would make sense. Yeah.
Hey, guys, Mrs. Tuft is interested in the Real Housewives of TMA, but we're from Webster, so she'll only do it if a Cottleville also participates.
A Cottle. Oh, that's their arch rivals.
That's right, Webster and Cottleville. Martin, you assume it's Webster Kirkwood. It's actually Webster and Cottleville.
And they play for that Frisco Bell every year? Cottleville, Webster?
Well, they don't really play much anymore. Webster's horrendous. Kirkwood beats them by 50 points every year now.
Why don't they start playing Cottleville? Mix it up a little bit.
Well, they may have to. Webster's got to bring a little bit more to the table.
Oof.
I mean, they're terrible now. Kirkwood's
Doug just dunking on Webster football.
Martin, Lady Sonia's teacup has sent this in 3 different times, and when that happens, Jackson, what do?
Immediately look back at their text history to see if,
Blocking.
they're a live one.
Tim, can we please get through the show without Martin humble bragging about getting an above-ground pool and then allegedly beating some contractor's ass? Doug, suck it. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup that was sent in 3 times in the last 10 minutes.
Block him.
That was a callback to Andy Krupa. We were talking about leans.
That's what I was trying to think. When did you talk about having an above-ground pool?
Not really. I didn't say it was above ground. Not really. Not really relevant to this conversation today. We're talking about Wagyu beef.
That's correct.
You have an above-ground pool?
It's none of your business.
Guys, any news on Robert Thomas? He's going to be on the program, I guess, tomorrow then, Jackson?
Let's hope. Yep. Let's hope.
And Jim Montgomery was asked about him. He was taken out of the game later on. I do think that was more a, hey, we're up big, let's not let this guy get hurt. So he called it precautionary following the game. I don't think this is a Dylan Holloway situation, I guess is what I would say to our
What do you think if you're one of the other top players and they say, Thomas, you stay on the bench, we're going to protect you. All you other guys, you can go out there and play.
Someone's got to be out there.
I know.
Nice. Look at that.
Well,
that's a guy who didn't even watch the game last night. He was watching the Magic.
Yeah. Opportunity. You might view that as a dig. Others might say, hey, here's my chance to shine bright.
Yeah, and Jordan Kyrou did.
Yeah, he sure did. Wound up with 36 goals in the regular season. That's a big year. In case you don't know, because you're watching NBA basketball.
And Booch got his 20th. Bolduc ended up just shy. Was he at 19? Did he finish with 19?
Yes.
I want to say he did. A lot of balance.
What a heater he went on ever since Montgomery came over.
I think did he have a 0 when Monty arrived? Bolduc started playing more and playing at a high level. And the big winner's got to be Army. Here he is on his way out. And now it's a 5-year plan, which means Alexander Steen will talk to us in the media in about 5 years, Doug. And Army had this succession plan. They were hoping. He always he was very honest when he would say, we're not where Colorado or Dallas is, but we're probably good enough to maybe be in that 7, 8, 9 spot to get in, chance to get in. And then you make the Oiler deals, the Fowler move, Monty. I mean, this is how you retool on the fly, Doug.
I think Parayko would have been a 20-goal scorer this year if he hadn't gotten hurt. He missed 18 games and still scored 16 goals. That's a huge season for a rear guard.
The President's Trophy winner has not won the Stanley Cup since. Anybody? Nurse, trivia,
Can we
trivia,
have a
trivia,
hint, please?
Martin, I can tell, is in the tank. I don't have a doubt in my mind that Jackson doesn't know.
Capitals?
Nice. Martin?
Not a bad guess. Is it in the last 20 years?
Yes.
Oh.
And I have to say, the Capitals, not a bad guess.
It's not a bad guess.
Way to go, Jackson.
Lightning?
Not a bad guess either.
Okay.
Doug, you want to put a puck on a net?
What's a bad guess?
Colorado?
Yeah, it's a bad guess.
We're just going to say whatever.
I have to tell you, I would have thought it was Colorado, but I'm pretty sure that means the Blues wouldn't have played them.
Or you're talking about 3 years ago?
Yeah. That's. I guess, I don't know who it was, and now I can look it up.
Can we at least have initials of this team?
CB.
CB, the Cleveland Barons.
Oh,
When
yeah,
did
that
they
was
win
a
it?
team.
When did they win it?
So, Tim, was this 2010 or 2012? No, let's see. 12. Those are Kings years. Let's see. 14. Because the Hawks won 3.
Hockey went wingy. Hockey went wingy.
That's the clue. Hockey went winning.
The Panthers won it in 2022, the President's Trophy, that is. The answer, the Chicago Blackhawks of 2013. The Chicago Blackhawks of 2013, down 2-1 late in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final against the Boston Bruins, and why they scored 2 goals in 17 seconds to hoist the chalice against the Bruins. Original 6, crime.
And Vince Scully was there?
He was on call.
Sound like Vince Scully.
This was the first year. Was it the first year ever? A lot of crowdsourcing this segment. I'm sorry, but the original 6, none of the teams made it.
That's a great fun fact. Yeah, I think that was talked about yesterday or 2 days ago. That's correct.
No, Toronto made the playoffs, right? Is that what you said?
The American
original 6.
okay.
That's correct. How about that? Fun fact.
I got to get off this Wagyu page. I'm reading all about the beef and what makes it marbleized and specialized.
Because someone's massaging
I
the
gotta
cow?
move on.
You're welcome to participate in this program. So many different ways to do so. Calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Drunk Barge Guy and Pestis from Festus were ready right at the top of the hour, Doug. They were waiting for us. Yep.
Okay.
314-974-0101. You can also participate in the YouTube chat. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, where 263 friends are all fired up about the Blues returning to the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, texting in 314-399-9646 and emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Your Stiefel dossier for TMA on April 16th, 2025 is as follows. Jamie Rivers, 8:15. Victor Scott, 8:30. Both guests in the Fisher Window and Door Story, 8 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford, 10 o'clock. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:45. You've now been briefed, and you're now prepared for the odyssey that is the nonsense of TMA on 101 ESPN.
There's a long way to go, but these boys can skate. West Coast game, I'm staying up late. I might be up all night. Let's go, Blues, go for the gold. For that cup, I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys, keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Oh, Doug, they were blasting this at the Enterprise Center last night.
They should have. They should have. They should have. They could have played Gloria right at the final buzzer there. That would have gone over well. Or this song, either song I would have enjoyed.
Laura Branigan had a top 10 hit with Gloria in 80.
Oh, I don't know the year.
I'll say 83 because it's going to get me 84 and 82. And I don't think 85's live, and I don't think 81's live. 81's more live than 85. Chairman Kurt, how we look at 82? Okay, good. And this song by, who's the artist, Jackson?
Rogers and Hammertoe.
Yeah. This is currently number 7 in Australia. I think it's a Nathan Walker thing. And number 12 on the American adult contemporary charts.
I see. Now, if you make a song with AI, what voice is singing? Just a randomly generated
that sounded
computer
like
voice?
Rogers.
That wasn't Hammertoe for sure.
They're the Hall & Oates of our era.
You can really get any voice you want. We could have you singing that tune if we wanted to.
How would they know what I sound like when I sing?
Well, you've got about 18 years of doing this program that Deke Dotem or anybody could use to.
But sometimes a person's speaking voice doesn't sound like their singing voice. I use Jim Neighbors as an example.
Homer Pyle?
Yes. You heard him sing, right, and talk?
Martin, have you heard Jim Neighbors sing?
The Indianapolis 500? Is he my Indiana home?
And he was
voice.
he's the father of Jake Neighbors, so that is why.
No,
I don't think he's the
guy.
father of any children.
No, he had a horrendous
For
speaking.
certain reasons.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. And then he'd sing, and it sounded great.
Yeah, he played a tremendous goober, not to be
Citizens
confused with
arrest!
goober.
Citizens arrest! Oh, he was quite an actor.
Gomer Pyle, then becoming sort of like an opera singer, is the greatest turn I'd ever. Wait,
that is quite the turn. The dichotomy between the high production quality and then absolutely horrendous lyrics of the homemade St. Louis sports songs always fascinates me. Doug, is that from Matt Who Bowls at Hanks?
I don't know who it's from.
That's what it looks like in the.
Okay.
But it might be somebody using that name.
Well, I don't think he knows music then.
Let's see what we got. Doug forgets how many times he's sung about his spurs that jingle jangle
I
on
did
the
do
air.
that,
That's from Nate the Great. Martin, I don't know if you've ever heard this.
And they can
This is a
use
tribute to the
what season did this come out?
1986 Angels on the verge of going to the World Series against the Mets, and then why there's Dave Henderson and his home run off of Donnie Moore. And this is a tribute to the cowboy Gene Autry.
I guess it was. I guess he's. I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, ga 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 ga, as I go riding merrily along, ga 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 ga.
1986 Angels.
Everybody liked working for Gene Autry. Even Whitey took the job. He said, well, I wanted to help the cowboy out.
Yeah.
They would just say, I'm going to work for the cowboy. Gene Autry.
Nice guy who threw a lot of money around.
And now you got Artie Moreno doing it in response.
It's kind of a tradition with the Angels.
We got to get attention from up north. The Wagyu at 801 Chop House is bomb. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. Doug, thoughts?
I've not been to the Chop House.
Sheen said he's going to the butcher today.
Yeah, he's going to the butcher
really?
to get the Wagyu for his roommate, Jimmy Snipes, to celebrate. He said, hey, if we win and you get your first goal, Wagyu on me. Boom. And that's what he's got. So he's going to be grilling this evening. Maybe we should stop by. Sharon and Clayton can let us know where they'll be since she has all the map of where the Blues players live.
Seems to. Yeah. I want maps of every local celebrity in St. Louis so I can just drive around and stare at their homes. I think that'd be a fascinating way to spend an afternoon.
Privacy be damned.
TV's Doug Chandler lives over there.
Doug Chandler. Get involved on the program. Many of you are doing so, and it's wonderful to see at 314-399-9645. 888-203-1046. That's how you can text into the program. Then that YouTube chat. It's buzzing because Stanley Cup playoff hockey has returned to the gateway to the West, which is the gateway to the best hockey team. 268 friends now in there. Talking to Aaron in St. Chuck, who has pierced nipples. It's all brought to you by Michelob Ultra, not the piercings, but the chat. And
get kind of weird.
It'd be great, though. Jamie Rivers, 8:15. Victor Scott for the Busman special. It's not a businessman special. It's a Busman.
We don't have time to say businessman.
I guess that adds some syllables. He's with us at 8:30, talking about the Youngry Birds who came up short last night. Got a great start from Eric Fetty, but he was outdueled by the Heat of Hunter.
Oh, gosh.
You like that? It was kind of fun with alliteration.
Yeah, Fetty has looked good for a couple starts in a row. Really good. The starting pitching has really been outstanding for the most part here for about 2 weeks now.
Which is so surprising.
And as somebody doing a late night half-hour sports show, a nice tidy Cardinal game on a Blues clinching night was kind of preferred.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for more, Martin, right?
Really efficient, well played. Just a tight, well-pitched game. Sometimes you got to tip your cap.
Do you guys get frustrated that sometimes Pop Warner isn't sending guys? I feel like Pop Warner has been.
How the hell you know? You were watching the Hawks and Magic.
I said I was on both.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Who did he not send last night?
Was it Donnie on a hit by Burleson? I was listening on the radio, in fairness, and John really made.
So hold on a second. Your TV had the Magic and the Hawks, and then you had the radio?
I was driving back to my home, and I was listening on the radio.
Where were you coming from? Getting an executive 9 in?
I was getting an executive 9 in, as I do every late afternoon as the sun sets. And as I was driving back, I feel like Pop Warner has been a little slow on the draw sometimes to send guys when runs are at a premium.
However, in that Pirates game last week, everyone was sent, and they were all out by 10 feet.
It's fair. I feels like he's sending when he shouldn't, and shouldn't when he should.
Jackie out of nowhere calling for Pop.
No, I was wondering if you guys had said, maybe I'm off.
You've really come down hard on the man.
Maybe I'm off.
Call in.
The art of coaching third base is lost on me, but I was hoping you guys, as seasoned veterans of ball, would know.
Yes. Well, I mean, it was the first game that they lost against the Angels, if you recall. Mike Trout in right, Donovan on third, and one out. I think it was Jordan Walker. A little flare out to right, Mike Trout under it. I think you put the man to the test.
Send him.
No.
It was not deep, but in that moment, you said make them make the throw, and it was a real high throw. Good callback, Jackie.
Nice, Jackson. Kurt Warner also almost ran me over in his Hummer while I was out running once. These local athletes are crazy. That's from Sharon, and she's in Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, and Michigan.
And Warner lived right there by her, too.
I don't think he was a Clayton guy. Not to get into the real estate game, because then Holiday say, shut up, Martin. So,
but then we know he's listening.
I think Warner was more of a Chesterfield guy. But that doesn't mean he couldn't have almost run her over.
He could have, yeah. Boy, that would have been an end to the story, wouldn't it? Everybody's favorite quarterback has run over Sharon and Clayton.
That basketball game looked like it was trash, and Trae Young is mid. Watch some puck, pal! That's from Carlos Spicy Weed.
Yeah, I wish the Grizzlies and Dubs game was the first one. Obviously, West Coast. That's not going to happen. But, yeah, Trae Young tossed from a playing game. Kind of question where his heart's at.
Wow.
Now you're going after Ice Trae.
Trae Young and Pop Warner taking shrapnel in the second segment of TMA today. Who would have thought? I didn't have it. As this Blues team is on their way to the Stanley Cup playoffs. They will take on the Jets. We're trying to figure out when it will start. It could be Saturday. It could be Sunday. But we can tell you this. Fine St. Louisans listening to this program. The Blues Game 3, Game 4. It will not be next Friday or Saturday, and that's because Brooks and Dunn has the Enterprise Center on Friday night, April 25th, and Cat Williams, Doug, that's K-A-T-T.
Williams.
Has the Enterprise Center on Saturday. So, Doug, we're kind of doing some back-of-the-napkin math and going the Blues will play Game 3 on Thursday and Game 4 on Sunday.
Right.
Hello again, everybody.
That'll allow the Jets players to take in Brooks and Dunn.
What's not bad deal? What's not bad deal?
And there is no way they could play an afternoon game that started at noon and still have the place ready to go for a concert at 7.
I think you're trying to sink about an 80-foot putt. And was that what Hale Irwin did in 1990 at Medina?
Yeah, and then ran around high-fived everybody.
See, so you know about it. You do know the years. You're too hard on yourself.
I remember the event. I don't know the year.
It was 1990.
Okay.
Was it Father's Day?
I don't know.
Wow. For some reason, I was at the Chicago airport, and I saw Big Irish running by. He
was high-fiving people at O'Hare?
I don't know why he would. I guess he was at the U.S. Open. Was he skipping a card? You call this one, okay? I'll be back. Where are you going? Just leaving for the weekend? Who's calling in? Don't worry about it.
The raccoon is out on the, or it's a kitty cat.
Nicely done, Papers.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, you're back.
You're back.
I remember when Jack Buck used to always leave to go to the Irish Derby. Remember that?
That's outstanding.
That was every year he'd say, "Well, he's got to go to the Irish Derby." So what the hell is the Irish Derby?
Joe was on Sports Final a couple weeks ago, and that was one of the topics. That I said, "Do you want to go to any events?" He said, "No." He said, "Mad Dog just asked me that the other day," and I said, "I'm stealing from Mad Dog." He said, "You want to go to Wimbledon? You want to go to the British Open?" And Joe's like, "I don't really want to go to anything."
Has Joe been to the Masters? That's the only thing that at this point, maybe I guess I'd go to British Open if it's St. Andrews.
He's talking about like as a fan,
Yes.
just to be there. I don't know. I bet he's played there, but I don't know that I don't think.
Yeah, didn't he tell the story on the air with us?
I can't remember.
Maybe it was on the
anything.
podcast. He was playing, I think he was playing with Aikman. And a member, obviously, they didn't have the open play day there that day.
Caddy day.
If you work in the kitchen,
Friend of fluff.
you could start on 10. And it started to rain when they got to the turn, and the member said, "Oh, let's head on in." And then he goes, "I'm just going to get on my jet and head back to Texas." Aikman was flying with him, going back to Texas, and Joe was heading back to St. Louis. And so he was just sitting there by himself, but he couldn't go back on the course to play the back nine of Augusta National.
Because not a member.
That's exactly right.
Wow.
How about that? Fun facts for knowing. Doug does not like it.
I don't like the elitist attitude there at all. I do like the fact they don't allow cell phones. I think that helps.
That's right.
It looked good with people actually watching the event, and not everyone is taking a selfie when Rory's making his putt and everything. I think that's a good thing. But the other stuff is kind of nonsense, elitist nonsense.
But if they listen to this, they're going to deny your application.
Yeah.
You're just kind of begging to be.
Believe it or not, I have not yet applied.
No, you can't apply. You can't apply.
I know. That's why I haven't done it.
They'll let you know. Chairman Ridley will let you know if we're interested in people of your ilk.
Would you really want to be surrounded by people like that?
For access to that golf course, absolutely.
You'd want to play the course, but do you want to deal with that kind of
I think they would
nose
really
in the air
like
attitude?
me. I think they would really enjoy a South City boy who does sports talk radio for a living and is really at the core a pervert.
It seems like it just wouldn't be much fun to be around those people, worried about, oh, my God, I'm not going to order the pimento cheese sandwich. Pardon the hell out of me.
Sounds like you're down on Chairman Ridley.
Yeah, a little bit.
But Joe said every year his dad would go to the Derby, and I said, didn't Mike Shannon ever drag you to like the Kentucky? He goes, anything gambling, Shannon would invite me if it involved gambling. But he said the Irish Derby was a big Anheuser-Busch deal. So, of course, his dad would go, and he said people like Robert Wagner, Norm Crosby, it was always like the same cast of characters that would be over there in Ireland.
Guys, game 1, April 20th. I don't know what to do with that information.
Sunday.
That's a texter. Sunday would be live. And that goes back to the BTO show in Winnipeg on Saturday that they were willing to move around. Martin's friend, Randy Backman, but
Wally.
it's pronounced. And he goes by Wally also. They have a street named after them coming up on Friday, and they were supposed to play a concert in the Jets building on Saturday. And then the concert would then cause a delay to start the series on Sunday. Either way, Enterprise Center not available next Friday and Saturday, so games 3 and 4 in St. Louis most likely Thursday and Sunday. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, Jackson Burkett. Any questions you have about the Magic and the Hawks, Jackson can field those. We'll handle the Blues questions, and we'll ask Jamie Rivers those questions coming up at 8:15 on the Stiefel Dossier. Jeremy Rutherford at 10 o'clock. Victor Scott joining us on his way to the ballpark. That's coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Story 8 o'clock hour as well. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Stewie of Stewart's American Mortgage is a loyal TMA sponsor, and he does something that makes him so accessible, there's no way you can't reach out to him because you got his personal cell number, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. That's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. And Stewie is on with us right now to talk USVA. Good morning, Stewie.
Good morning, Tim. You know, we had a great TMA listener close this past week. He wanted to live out in the sticks, in the boonies. He had no money to buy a house, listens to the show all the time. He said, I want to buy a house, but I got no money. What do I do? I said, USDA. He goes, USDA, isn't that steaks? No. USDA, you can get 100% financing if you live in certain rural areas. Great opportunity, 100% financing. Got the bagel loan with no closing costs. The seller paid the prepaid, which is his insurance, and some minor items. He got into the house with $0. Great opportunity if you want to live out in the boonies. It's nice. You get to live on the farm. You get to see the ducks. You get to see – some people like that. I'm from New York. I can't handle it. He loved it. He invited me for the barbecue. I'm going next week.
Nice.
100% financing.
How about that? There you go. That's what Stewie can do for you. It's Stewart's American Mortgage, 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the bagel loan, Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. Thanks, Stewie.
Have a great day, guys.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Welcome to the playoffs, Blues fans. With a 6-1 victory over the Utah Hockey Club, the Blues are back in the Stanley Cup playoffs, taking on the Winnipeg Jets in the opening series. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
My papa.
Doug, do you have any context on what we're enjoying right now?
I believe that's Jim Neighbors.
Friend of the show.
As Gomer Pyle, USMC, must be on leave. Sergeant Carter gave him a weekend off. And now he's singing at a nightclub.
Looks like Raymond Burr, perhaps staring back at him.
Harry Mason?
He is in full Marine uniform there. Surprise, surprise, surprise.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. A lot of Blues into the Stanley Cup playoffs discussion this morning. And Jim Neighbors also being discussed here on the program. You can do so in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the 8 o'clock hour, sponsored by Fisher Window and Door Store. And on this Stiefel dossier, coming up at 8:15, Jamie Rivers with us. Coming up in the second half of the 8 o'clock hour, Victor Scott with us as he's on his way to the ballpark for the Cardinals and Astros before they head out to, don't you think they're going to fly into LaGuardia, Martin? Wouldn't you think? I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, today. You got a ball game tomorrow, right, in New York?
But I mean, they're probably staying in Manhattan, so flying into Queens is probably immaterial. I don't even know if they would know where they're flying. The guys on the team, they're just like, okay, we'll go.
Remember Holiday's story yesterday? Like, we're going somewhere northeast, like just going back. It's all a blur.
It's all blur.
It's like Big Walt saying one time, I don't know what day is today. And I'm like, he doesn't even know what day it is.
Jeremy Rutherford will be with us at 10 o'clock approximately, coming up on your Stiefel dossier, and then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Martin, do you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling? I think you do, because we're all clients. That's what the reason.
Sure are, yeah.
I know when you have someone come out to fix the furnace, fix the air conditioner, it can be a little stressful. You just want to know what's going on. You can fix a lot of things around the house. You don't want to mess with that. Get the expert to Design Air, but when they come out, you want a repair done. You don't want to have somebody pressuring you. High sales, pressure tactics. They don't do that at Design Air. They know that happens a lot in the industry. That's why they work with their technicians to make sure it doesn't happen to you. DesignAirService.com, the website. Sign up for an appointment if you want to get the air conditioner tuned up before the summer season. Great idea this time of year to get that done. They've been around since 1904. St. Louis success story. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation, family-owned and operated business, longtime supporter of TMA. So for all your HVAC needs year-round, make sure you let them know you're a loyal listener. Get online. Sign up at DesignAirService.com.
I thought this from Jim Montgomery following the game really encapsulates what has taken place since both the four nations, but in particular the last week and a half, where the Blues really were in a spot where they're playing playoff caliber games, gotta win to get in, and as it turned out, they needed every one of those points to do so. What it means for the guys just to get in, and now what this experience of just getting at least 4 games in the Stanley Cup playoffs will mean to these young guys, many of whom played a key role in the win last night over Utah. Here is the Blues head coach on what this run could mean for these young guys and what they're going to be able to learn.
Well, what they've learned is what it takes to win in this league, you know? And it's such a great experience to understand the grind and the mental grind, more than the physical grind, that it takes to win battles, to win every foot of ice in this league that's the greatest league in the world, in big moments, and being able to come through in big moments. It only gives them this is going to give us, years of good vibes because the experience and learning how to win, it's not easy, to find that in the league.
So now they have that experience, and they're about to get even more when they get things underway on Saturday or Sunday in Winnipeg.
And you say that with a quiver in your voice because we're not sure.
That's correct.
Okay.
Maybe Jamie Rivers knows. I know he's a little disappointed with the fact that Anaheim decided they'd give up a goal with 22 seconds left in their season, which then sent Minnesota to Vegas instead. We got a question here, Doug, from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer. He says, my wife gave me permission to go to Vegas for games 1 and 2. Do I waste her good gesture for a trip to effing Winnipeg? That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV
Probably not.
dealer.
No.
Pass on that?
No, you wait till the second round.
And then go to...
It's got to be better than Winnipeg.
Dallas or Denver.
Yes.
Or you can wait until the Western Conference Finals and go to Vegas.
Or you tell her, sure, I'm going to Winnipeg, and you go to Vegas anyway.
Okay. All right. So these are all the options.
That's probably been done before.
These are all of the options. All right, Jamie Rivers is going to join us coming up here in a matter of moments. Then Victor Scott will join us as well. That's all coming up on the Stiefel Dossier. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines on the broadcast last night. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jamie Rivers. Morning, Jamie.
Going to the playoffs, boys. How you like that map?
How do you do? But let me ask this question first.
Oh, boy, here we go. There comes a Tim McKernan special.
Clip that off. And how pissed are you at the Anaheim Ducks about their final 22 seconds?
Tim, let me tell you, there's levels of pissed, okay? And I'm at the top level. Whatever level that is, the Anaheim Ducks, from my perspective, can just go where.
Wow.
How dare they ruin my playoff experience in Las Vegas, Nevada?
I like that perspective, and he's exactly right.
Maybe you'll get there in round 2.
That'd be the Western Conference Finals.
Maybe, Doug. I don't know if I like your attitude this morning.
Yeah, look at that.
You will see him there. Okay.
Well, there's playoff math.
Was there any doubt that the Blues would come out and play that well last night? Were you nervous at all, or were you pretty confident going into that?
I will tell you this, guys. You can check around because you guys work in the same facility as I do. Anybody who asked me about the Blues yesterday, I said I have no doubt that they're winning. I think, quite honestly, I think it'll be over by the end of the first period.
Wow, that is intriguing, and it's a shame that we didn't cross paths because I would have wagered more on the Blues than I did. What gave you that? What gave you that intuition?
Just watching them play over the last while. I know that they lost 3 in a row and whatnot, but watching them play and then talking to the guys at morning skate yesterday and watching their demeanor, I just knew, man. I just knew. They had a look in their eye. Like, even Jake Neighbor said, no way we lose 4 in a row. No way. And then Zach Bolduc, I walked past him. This is a true story. I looked at him and I said, hey, kid, I got a feeling you got 1 tonight. And he says, I got 2 tonight. I go, okay, boys, you heard that. I go, you're up 2-0 already.
How about that?
So they had a very very good air of confidence to them.
Well, you couldn't have played much better than that first period when they reeled off 4 straight. They really had a lot of jump in their step. Is that what you call it? They had jump in their step?
Oh, yeah, they're all over them. I mean, right from the first shift, and this is why you have that WTF line, is you start the game with them. Tarbchenko has 2 really big hits right in front of me between the benches to start that first period. They get the puck in deep, and immediately Utah is on their heels. And then you just follow that up with wave after wave of Blues lines coming over the boards. Braden Shen, he had a look in his eye, too. Like, as a captain, even though we know there's no more responsibility per se as far as the playing goes, you feel like there is, and you want to perform at a higher level. And as a captain, you feel a certain responsibility that if your team misses the playoffs, somehow, some way, it's because of you, which isn't always the case for that matter. But Shanner came out, was ready to go in that first period, too, and you just see they were rolling line after line after line, and they were in the offensive zone, and Utah could barely get a shot on net. And that's when I knew. I said, okay, I've seen this style of play for an extended period of time here recently. This is what we're used to seeing right now, and this looks like winning hockey.
And, Jamie, during this stretch, since the Four Nations, the break there, they've played the Jets twice. Of course, that game, we're thinking which direction they go. It's right out of the break.
Yeah.
They lost the shootout game against Winnipeg. That was at home. Then they went up there. It was just last week, and that was a close game. They had an empty net goal they lose through. And so the games have been tight in recent sampling. What do you think here in this matchup? And I guess this is like a 5-part question. Winnipeg's got all the pressure on the world, don't they, up there? Everyone's waiting for them to do something in the postseason.
Well, here's what I'll say is the last time we were up there, the media, the Canadian media, were all over their own team. Because, Marty, as someone in the business, you know this. You have access to both teams, locker rooms and press conferences and things like that. And the media, all they could ask about was, 1, the streak that the Blues are on, and then how much does this remind you of 2019? It's so eerie how it reminds you of 2019. And you could see the players and the coaching staff and people like, they were uncomfortable with it. They didn't want to talk about 2019. They didn't want to even reference it. They didn't want to compare it to that and all these things. And so where I look at it is I'm not going to compare it to 2019 because I think it's two different stories to be told. But you get up in Winnipeg and let's say you win game one. Let's say you win game one. All of that is going to come screaming back out in the media up there. It's going to be in the thoughts of some of the players who were part of 2019 because we do remember Winnipeg was favored in that series, to win that series. And Jordan Binnington, if you remember, there was somebody in the media up there that released something crazy about tweets he had made like 7 years before.
Oh, that's right. God, I forgot all about that. Yeah.
And then the Blues had to kind of go into crisis mode before game one, and then all that happened is Jordan Binnington went out and stood on his head, and you got the victory. And, like, all of the elements are there for history to kind of repeat itself. Now, the Blues have to go play much like they did last night and not, fall into the trap of just thinking it's going to be automatic. But I think it's going to be a hell of a series. And I said this before, as much as I would have loved to go to Las Vegas for the series and to have fun and do all that stuff, I think the Blues match up better against Winnipeg. You don't really want to play a team that has a whole bunch of champions. In Vegas, it's three-quarters of their roster is still there from their Stanley Cup championship. Those guys know how to win. Whereas Winnipeg, they've always fallen short. Connor Hellebuck, there's question marks all around him. Can he win the big game? And so if he struggles, what will he, how will he react? Mark Scheifele, Kyle Connor, all those guys have never been able to win the big game. They've never been able to win anything. And I think that those question marks present themselves if Winnipeg doesn't play well right away. And if that's the case, then, who knows what the hell could happen?
Connor had a huge season, 41 goals, 96 points. Who do the Blues have that will dog him and make sure they keep him in check?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's called Cam Fowler and Colton Parayko. Just look what they've done since they've been paired together. They've been phenomenal. And, it's not just those two guys, but they're really phenomenal. And watching, actually, I'm going to go a little sidebar here. Watching Cam Fowler celebrate last night after the game and almost exhaling to the point where, because he's had such a crap sandwich in Anaheim for so long. Some bad teams, not making the playoffs. It had to have been hard to go to the rink. I mean, life is fine. He's making good money, lives on Newport Beach. All those things are awesome. But after a while, guys, it gets old to be on a crap team. And to watch him last night when the game ended, just so happy. And to know that he had a no-trade clause. And St. Louis was not a team that was on his list that he would go to. So he had to do his homework. He talked to people. He talked to Troy Terry, who played for Jim Montgomery at Denver University, and he decided he was going to take a leap of faith and go play for the Blues. And then last night to see him sitting there smiling and almost proud of his decision and happy to be back in the playoffs. It's cool, man. It's really cool.
I want to go. I love that you're kind of ISOing in on some of these individual stories because there are a bunch of them. So let's go through some of them. Let's start with the move that Doug Armstrong made that he wasn't planning on making, but when the Bruins decided to scapegoat Jim Montgomery, that became the opportunity. And what the Blues head coach was able to do, and perhaps because maybe he was in a similar role to some of these younger guys in his career, he could relate better to a Jordan Kyrou. He could maybe relate better to a Zach Bolduc, and you saw how they started to perform once he came over. I know you have a rapport with him. He's a regular on the fast lane. Your understanding, perhaps behind the scenes maybe, Jamie, that the listeners wouldn't be familiar with what Jim Montgomery has done since taking over for the Blues.
Yeah, so let's do a little bit of a deep dive here with Jim Montgomery. He was one of the highest-scoring college hockey players ever. Played alongside Paul Kariya. He was electric playing college hockey. And then when he got to the NHL, the game was a bit different. It was a big man's game, a lot of hooking and holding and things like that. And when he got to the NHL, he really wasn't allowed to play his style of game. Coaches tried to change him immediately. And I think he learned from that. And so when Monty, through his coaching years, has, obviously evolved and whatnot, but the one thing he hasn't gotten away from is if you're a scorer, you got to score. And you got to put those guys in situations to score because they're unique players that way. You have to find a way to foster that. And when he took over here in St. Louis, people asked him about Zach Bolduc. And he's like, Zach Bolduc's going to play.
Yeah.
He's going to play. He's going to make mistakes. Yeah, we know that. But he's going to play because players that are creative offensively like that, like they don't just fall off trees. And there's a reason that we picked him as high as we did. There's a reason why he's a prospect the way he is. And so when you look at guys like Bolduc or any of the young guys for that matter, look at Jimmy Snuggerud. Jimmy Snuggerud's playing a regular shift and he's on the power play. Zach Bolduc's on the power play. So Jim Montgomery's been able to do is empower these young guys to do what they do best. And living through some of the hiccups that'll come with it, he's given them the confidence that they're going to play. And look at what it's doing. It's paying off in spades, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like Zach Bolduc, he could have had another 2 goals last night. He should have with proper ice time. I mean, the full season.
Yeah,
he's a 20-goal scorer.
Yeah.
I think he finished 3rd in rookies for goals scored, but he's like 54th or 56th in ice time. So, like the offensive power is there with that young man. Jimmy Snuggerud, I mean, Dylan Holloway, look what happened to his game under Jim Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
So Monty knows what players do best. He expects them to do it well, and then he lets them go and play their game.
And you see it pay off for these guys. I mean, there is a direct correlation when they took off is when he came in. Another deep dive on a player, the captain. He gets things going last night off the rebound from Snuggerud's breakaway. But in addition to this, and I was listening to him in a conversation he was having with Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale last night, Jamie, and that is he had a decision to make right around the deadline. And he chose to stay here. And I know there were a variety of factors that contributed to that, but that sent a message. And the Blues, even though right at that time lost Colton Parayko, their captain chose to stay here and make it clear he wasn't going to waive his no-trade clause. And he gets the goal that gets things going as the Blues return to the Stanley Cup playoffs in their 82nd game in the regular season. Your perspective on the captain?
Oh, my God. Where do I start? This guy is unreal. I love this guy as a player and as an individual. And people who love and remember Brian Sutter should take a look at Braden Shen and kind of view him in the same light because although maybe not as much of a scorer as Sutter was in his heyday or whatever, I mean, he embodies everything that it is to be a captain and what it means to be a Blue. And when the trade deadline was close, I'll just say this. Braden Shen made it clear by telling certain people, a lot of people, there's no effing way he's leaving the Blues. And, that says a lot because there are teams, not just one. Everybody likes to reference the one team up there in Toronto that was all over him. There was more than one team that wanted the services of Braden Shen. And I don't know how it went down. I wasn't in those meetings or in those offices on what the deal looked like. Maybe the deal wasn't good enough for Doug Armstrong because he set the bar so high for his captain. Or maybe the captain just said, don't bother calling me, Doug, because it ain't happening.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I do know that we're lucky to have him. We really are. Although he may not be what he once was and all this stuff, because people love to do that stuff, he brings so much to the table. Every young guy that comes in, he opens his door for literally, like the door to his home. He brings them in, lets them live with him, takes care of them, shows them how to be a pro, how, what it's like to live in St. Louis. He tells these kids what it means to be a Blue, like all of this stuff. Like you talk to Braden Shen about being a Blue, and he'll sit down and talk to you for as long as you'll let him on what it is to be a St. Louis Blue, what it is to live in this community and represent the Blue Note and the players that were before him and all this stuff. Like it's really amazing, guys. He's a good dude, and I'm so happy that he's playing such good hockey.
And then final isolation on one individual, and that would be you and your backside, as it appeared last night. The head coach enjoyed himself.
No.
Yeah, it did. That's what I caught.
I didn't see it.
I don't really know what you're talking about, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes what is understood need not be discussed,
yeah.
as I've been told. but whatever it takes to win. I've always been that way, so I'm here for whatever it takes to win. Okay, let's just put it that way.
That's a guy who plays for the team. That's what you're looking for in the room.
Not the name
Doug.
on the back of the
Thank
shirt.
you.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Well, off to Manitoba you go. We've been breaking down. Martin and I really enjoy logistics, Jamie, and we see that there's a BTO concert scheduled for Saturday in Winnipeg. So the building wouldn't be available next Friday and Saturday. The Enterprise Center is occupied by Brooks and Dunn and Cat Williams. Do you have any insight as into when this series is starting?
I don't. I do know that Winnipeg, the Jets franchise, wants to start on Saturday, and I heard that they're willing to bump, bounce, move, whatever might be in the way. Although I haven't gotten confirmation. They didn't bring me in on the phone call. I mean, at least not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. And but I think ideally, Winnipeg would like to play Saturday, Monday. And then for the Blues, it would be Thursday, Sunday, I guess.
Yeah.
I heard rumblings of maybe asking Cat Williams to change his date, but I don't know how that works with his schedule. Cat hasn't called me either, for that matter.
He should.
About it. Probably should. And Brooks and Dunn, we did talk, and they said that they're not moving.
They have made it clear they're not moving. So
I feel like Chaser might know Brooks and Dunn, and maybe he can get it done.
Yeah, well, he knows Garth Brooks. No relation, of course, Tim. Not that you were saying that. But, yeah, it's maybe a distant cousin. I'm not sure. But, we'll see. Let's see. I have no idea of the schedule. I would imagine it's probably going to be released today at some point.
yeah, I would think so. Well, no matter what, at some point there's going to be 2 days off just because of the schedule for the both buildings. But either way, we know it's happening, and we know the Blues are back in the playoffs, and I think that's the bottom line that everybody's happy for in the St. Louis area after last night's dominating performance and exclamation point on one hell of a 2-month run. Jamie, glad to have you as a part of the broadcast crew for the first round. Always love that hometown call of the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and looking forward to it whenever it gets underway. Thanks for the time, brother.
All right, thanks, boys. Have a great day.
You too. It's Jamie Rivers with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective, and really enjoyed that breakdown on Montgomery and why perhaps he was so effective with some of the young goal scorers, because he could relate to it. And the Nonling was texting me during that interview, and he said it's a good contrast to Hitchcock, who required everybody to be responsible first before they opened their games up. Both extremely successful in their approaches in their times, more than one way to win in this game. And so when you take a look at the way guys got going, specifically Holloway, Kyrou, Bolduc, when Montgomery came in, it does speak to that he freed them up. Jackson, I know we got Victor Scott coming up. Should I break and then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be best.
Okay. Victor Scott's going to join us coming up on the other side of the break as he heads to the ballpark for the Cardinals Busman Special against the Astros as they try to win the series against Houston. Victor Scott next here on TMA.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back. Cutting down on K's, listen for the crack. Our boy Victor got blazing speed. No chance at second if he has his lead. Burley got the bat to get it done. There's no stopping number 41. Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-Fib go wild. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing the tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon. They young gray. They young gray. Oh yeah, boy. They young.
Usually when the guest hangs up, Tim,
Yep.
right about now.
Well, we wanted Victor Scott to be able to take this in and give us his review. Now, before we go to a friend of the program, Victor Scott, this was sent in by Stepdad Gary. Doug, he says, Jackie, I put on some Argo yesterday, and Victor's legit. I'm mostly an 80s, 90s hip-hop guy, but my daughters taught me a little bit about the new crop, and Victor sounds similar to many of them. Thoughts on that rap prowess?
Love
Victor
it.
Scott.
Love it. Yeah, this new album he just dropped is
Argo.
really
Well,
loved it.
welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the program here on 101 ESPN. It is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Victor Scott with us here on TMA. Morning, Victor.
Hey guys, morning to you.
Did you take a listen to Youngry Birds as we return from commercial break? Because your opinion has a great deal of credibility considering your rap skills.
Yeah, I was sent Youngry Birds like at the end of spring training, man. I had my girlfriend listen to it and my family listen to it. They enjoyed it. They enjoyed the scheme of it. So it was all good with me.
All right,
I'd say maybe it's not a musically like a 10, but it's all in good fun. Is that fair?
Yeah. That's what I would say. It's more so good fun than it is
quality.
We like the song. Well, now poor Victor comes out. We're doing the show out there, right? There across from the sidewalk, the clubhouse, and then
spring training.
Yeah, and Victor sits down. He's just having fun talking, and he just says the word younger. You had no idea what was going to happen with that, did you?
Hey, I had no idea.
But you know what, man? I've had a lot of people here over the last couple of weeks since you guys got going, texted me during games, man, going, I don't know what it is, but I like watching this team play because they're kind of young and they're fun. So it does speak to what we were talking about back at spring training, that there I guess there's some energy that is clear whether you guys are in between the lines or when they catch you in the dugout. Would you say that is a fair reflection of what you've experienced, whether it be through spring training, the first couple weeks of the season?
Yeah. I would definitely say it's a high energy that's in the room, that's in the vicinity. It's just a lot of fun to be around, especially when offense is rolling, pitching is doing their thing. But it's a fun group of guys to be around. So I feel like that hungry, that fun kind of atmosphere is promoted throughout, like the clubhouse, throughout the field. You kind of feel it everywhere.
Now, how did you sit down with us and we didn't talk Argo, right? Did we get into that back in February? And our producer Jackson loves to play fun songs coming back from break, and Argo is now in the rotation. Tell the Cardinal fans about your alter ego.
Yeah. So Argo is just, he's the artist. He's the music maker. It's kind of like a alternate guy, I guess. But it was something that I did like back in 2021, just having fun with my friends and making music. It was something that we did as a hobby, just to pass time or whatever. And that was just something I found fun. And then somebody one day said, "Hey, you're actually pretty good." So I started making music. Of course, my first couple songs didn't sound great, but you grow with everything. So that's how kind of Argo started.
Do you know of any other athletes in the four major sports in America that are not only active in their sport but a recording star as well?
Lonzo Ball.
Really?
Yeah. He's one. It's a couple other guys too that make music. So I wouldn't be surprised to hear that. I mean, somebody in the NBA or NFL is dropping some heat too.
Have they played Argo in the clubhouse? I've been down there. I'm trying to think. Now that would be more of a post-game vehicle, Tim.
Mm-hmm. I follow that.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely more of a post game, but there are some songs that you can put on as background noise to be able to just walk around and carry on your day. So.
Who's in? That's not Walshy. Who would be in? Is Burley in charge? Who does the music?
There's always a DJ in the clubhouse.
Jim Edmonds used to be in charge of the music.
Yeah, it all depends. It all depends, honestly, on the day. Like Sonny may flip on something depending on if he's starting or not. Wilson is on there a lot. Newt's on there a lot. I mean, so it all depends on the day. It's no like set DJ for that day.
Well, from a baseball standpoint, it looks like you're very comfortable at the plate this year. Is that just coming from experience and knowing how these guys are going to pitch you? Because you look like you're really locked in.
Yeah, it's coming from just a more refined approach to more polished product that I'm putting out there on the field. Last year I was a little, uncertain of kind of how to go about it and what to do in certain situations, but now I'm a little bit more affirmed of, okay, this is what I need to do, this is how I accomplish it, and this is how I execute this plan. So with all those intangibles, it makes it a little bit easier to be confident and go out there and kind of just play baseball at that point.
We've heard a lot about Brant Brown, the hitting coach, and his approach. I heard Rick Horton say something the other night that home runs are not hit, home runs are thrown, and it's about, pitch selection. Tell us about Brant Brown's input.
Yeah. I mean, Brant is, we call him Brownie, but he's awesome. He's awesome. He keeps the group focused on what matters and our ability to execute a plan. Because, I mean, days are long when you get to the field sometimes, and I mean he's really good at honing in on that focus. So he has an individual plan with everybody, and his ability to kind of know that person and know how to convey that is what's really important. So when we get in the box, we feel really confident in our plan, and we know that, okay, this is how we execute it, because we have went over it multiple times before the game. We've executed in the cage and batting practice, so now it's just time to go play at that point.
It's funny, you got that home run the Sunday, the opening series against the Twins. I was down there. I felt like you were apologizing, like, okay, I did hit a home run. Tell us about the approach. When you're a speedy guy, you want to get on base, but every once in a while you get a hold of one. What is the approach? And because you're going to hit some out of the park, what are you trying to do most times?
Yeah, most times I'm trying to get on base. I'm trying to get on base. I mean, that's kind of the tab I like. I like the hit collector tab, the on base collector tab. But I hit it and I was like, uh-oh. I mean, that's not my job, but man, that one left the bat good. So it's cool to always see one go over, but ultimately my job is to collect hits, get on base, put myself in scoring position for those guys behind me.
Victor Scott, our guest here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can join 300 others and watch the program and our conversation with Victor Scott. Jamie Rivers with us in the previous segment, and Jeremy Rutherford coming up. State of mind-wise, compare and contrast this time last year. You knew coming up, and Ali Marmol said it before the season started, Victor Scott earned his spot on the roster to start the season, and this isn't a case where Victor's going to have to be looking over his shoulder going, man, I had an 0 for day, or I've gone 0 for 8 the last couple of games. I'm worried about going down to Memphis. And what that does for you going into the season, knowing that you've been given that net from the organization. Does that actually play a role in helping you when it comes time to play?
Yeah. Especially like with mindset wise. I mean, we start to talk about last year, it felt like something that was kind of given / earned. But this year felt like it was more earned, like it was just flat out earned. So, I mean, with that being said, I had that confidence that, okay, I've earned this position, and I've done the work to be able to go out here every day and execute something. And it's baseball, so we may not go out there every day and get 2 hits with 2 stolen bases. I would love to do that every single day. But I do know now that if it doesn't happen, I can impact the game in some sort of way that that we may come out on the winning side because of it. So, I mean, with those things, it's just like, okay, I have the confidence knowing that I've earned this, I've worked for it, I worked on every single part of my game. So it's cool to see like the product that gets rolled out there every day and the work that's behind that.
You guys are off to a pretty good start, maybe a better start than a lot of people thought you'd get off to anyway. Starting pitching certainly has been very good the last couple nights and over last week or so. Is there a sense of positivity in the clubhouse that maybe you guys have got a group together that can make a run at this?
Yeah, no doubt. There's definitely a positive atmosphere in that clubhouse. I mean, everyone comes in and they do their work to prepare themselves for that game or whatever game it is. So it is to no surprise that we're off to this start, and we're going to continue to excel during the season.
Listener KJ says he's a backfield supervisor down in Jupiter, and he was there when you made the call home. When you found out you made the club, not only that, they told you you're going to be the starting center fielder. He said he observed you calling home. What was that like, telling your folks you made the team?
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. It was awesome. I mean, because they know, like my mom, my dad, girlfriend, agent, financial guy. I mean, everyone knows that I put in a ton of work in the off season to be able to put myself in that position. So to see them, to hear that for them had to be special, and for me to tell them was special as well.
And your dad, in addition to the loudest whistle in the history of mankind, I heard it on open because I mentioned that to him that at Dodger Stadium we heard him last year. So then he gave me one in the tunnel down there at Busch Stadium. And in addition to that, huge Cardinal fan of history, right? He told you about Willie McGee and Ozzie and Coleman and just sort of the DNA of the Cardinals of the past. Your dad, it seemed like as you were growing up, kind of educated you a little bit on the the Whitey Ball era. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's the era that he grew up watching. So he always referenced stolen bases, bunting the ball, minusing strikeouts, put the ball in play. That was like something he's always taught me in baseball growing up. So that's kind of definitely a part of my roots as a baseball player is the ability to bunt the ball, get on base, steal bases, and impact a game that way.
Were you always a baseball first guy growing up, or did some coach try to turn you into a wide receiver at some point?
Well, my dad, he was a football guy and a track guy. So I wanted to run track and I wanted to play football, but I played football for a couple years, didn't really like it as much, and then I really wanted to play basketball. So I played that for a long time and didn't really start playing travel baseball until like my junior year of high school. Because I remember one day he sat me down at the dinner table and was like, "Hey man, I'm 5'9", your mom's 5'3", and I don't think you're going to be 6'6". So let's make a pivot and let's go play. Let's stick to this baseball route." So that's kind of how that conversation went.
Somebody else wants to know: is Argo one of your what is your walk-up song?
Yeah, Argo is one of our. Nice. I'm one of my walk-up songs. So
I'm one of my walk-up.
But yeah, I'm one of my walk-up songs.
Would a show in town at some point, people getting to know Victor Scott II, maybe an appearance. Would you ever do that in town, a little show?
Yeah, I would do a little show. I've like practiced shows while in the car, so like not really, but kind of, and just like ran through it in my head and said like, okay, if I was singing this song to everybody, this is how I would sing it. Like, nice. Just having fun, man.
Maybe you get Adam Wainwright to open for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Doug, I like you're producing the Real Housewives of TMA, and now you're producing a concert.
Trying to make something happen.
Don Kirshner used to put on those rock shows back in the day. And so Victor Scott in the Atlanta area. Tim, you're more of the music. What would the influence have been? Like Ludacris? I'm trying to think of who were your musical interests?
Growing up, it was more like, I'd probably say like T.I., Young Thug, Lil Baby, Gunna, those people. Then on like my dad's side, I'd probably say like Sade, Anthony Hamilton, Earth, Wind and Fire. So it's been a combination of hip hop, R&B, that I'm kind of like musically sparked, I guess.
Anybody else in the clubhouse share your musical interest that you play Argo for? You bounce it off, and then they're getting into it with you. Who would that be?
I'd probably say, let's see, Burley and Jordan. Burley and Jordan.
Nice.
They like the tune, so they play it. They said like, "Hey man, I turned on your album the other day. I was listening to it, and we were jamming, making breakfast with me and my girlfriend or whatever." So they both enjoy it though.
Yeah, and Burley was DJ Burley Biscuits back in college. He has a little DJ on his resume. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's right.
Victor, best of luck here this afternoon. Cardinals and Astros before heading out to New York City for 4. And congratulations on the start of the season. And Argo, Doug, as you put together the concert with Adam Wainwright and Victor Scott.
Will open, yeah.
So that'll be another event on your calendar, Victor. Thanks for dropping by the show as always, man, and thanks for coining the phrase, "Youngry Birds."
You got it. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Victor. That's Victor Scott with us here on TMA in Jackson, officially on goodorbad.com, which hasn't reviewed a film yet just because it hasn't acquired the domain, has privately told me Argo is good.
Oh, yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
And it's being played by DJ Burley Biscuits?
That's right.
It's so cool that you have your own song as
I am my walk-up music.
Probably never happened before.
I don't know on that. Maybe. There's definitely athletes who are pretty prominent in hip-hop. Dame Dollar, of course.
Doug?
Who?
Damian Lillard.
Oh, okay.
He's released like real albums.
Has he really?
With Lil Wayne and stuff. And I mean, Victor Scott, there's like, if you were to tell me that this guy didn't play baseball and was just a rapper, I'd totally believe you. It's a very well produced
Sounds
album.
like he's open to doing a show. Now, if you do Argo and Wayno, that's kind of that Florida Georgia Nelly
there's
deal.
the collab right there.
And you're going to yell at me about it, but
No, he didn't yell. He just said, "Come on, bro."
Well, it's like Morgan Wallen and Little Dirk. They both probably have better stuff.
But it's fun.
Sure.
People like it.
Hey, listen, collaborating is that's the soul of music right there.
Wayno's the kind of guy, and he's got a show this summer.
Yeah, he does.
He'd bring him up there. He probably would do that.
I'm sure he would.
Chairman Steve wanted you to ask Martin, "Hey, Victor, who's the biggest dumbass in the media?"
Oh.
Chairman Steve was trying to get that question asked.
I think it's a great question. I think Victor's kind of new, so he may not know all the names.
Holiday would answer that.
Holiday would have been happy. Get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. Jeremy Rutherford is coming up about 10 o'clock on the Steve Dossier. You want to hear blues? Not only was I happy when I made the switch, but the Blues won the Stanley Cup, and you have to wonder if the two things... Switch, but the Blues won the Stanley Cup, and you have to wonder if the two things...
Yo, boy, you sure do.
Are related. 420 plus 5-star reviews for James and his team in Webster Groves. And you know that if you call 314-961-4800, you are going to talk to somebody right now. And that person is in the office in St. Louis and works with James. You don't send an email to an insurance agent and then hear back in a few days whenever they have the time. That's not the way James runs his business, and that is why James' business has continued to grow, because people want great customer service, and that's what James and his team provide. Plus, there's a good chance your insurance went up year over year. Very good chance that James and his team can find a way to save you money when you make the switch. When you make the switch, they do all the paperwork for you. It's James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour is coming up next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? You heard right. The UFL Championship coming back to St. Louis again this year. Nice little feather in our cap. Well, I'm looking to put a chicken tender in my cap, maybe a potato wedge as well, and I got the perfect place to do that. That's Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. Battlehawks back in action, coming back at the end of the month. And if you're looking for some discounted tickets, Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken has just the idea for you. Their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges. I want to really hammer that home. Those potato wedges are special. It's not just a crummy, thin little fry. No, it's a thick potato wedge. Goes great with that Chipotle ranch. They give you 2 dipping sauces and a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets, meaning tickets are starting at just $14. Delicious chickens, Battlehawks football, what could be better? Get game day ready with the Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the 15 St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. And remember that caw is the law. This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals lose last night to the Houston Astros. Back in action today. Doug calls it a Busman special. That'll be a 12:15 first pitch. Steven Matz on the mound for your Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
She does love the game, doesn't she?
She certainly likes it a lot. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program just chock full of friends of the program in the 8 o'clock hour. Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Jamie Rivers on the Blues, returning to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Really good interview there, kind of breaking down some of the individual stories along the lines. And I think hardcore Blues fans will enjoy that conversation, specifically Montgomery's impact on Kyrou Holloway and Bolduc. Then Victor Scott en route to Busch Stadium for the Cardinals and Astros Busman's special, joining us not only talking about the team, his start to the season, but also the release of Argo. Doug, a tribute to 2012 Best Picture Argo?
I remember they finally got out of there, didn't they? On the plane, they got out of
Ben Affleck,
Iran or Afghanistan.
Jackson would call it good, but he wouldn't be enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, it's good. It's an unremarkable Best Picture winner.
Now, what does that mean?
Like it's
kind of a thriller, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good
Tense.
movie. It's just sometimes good movies get like, it's actually like kind of bad they win Best Picture because it's like, really, this was Best Picture, you know?
Dances, I find it artsy enough.
Well, like Dances with Wolves, like it's a good movie, but it's like this beat out Goodfellas for Best Picture. It's like
Who did Argo beat out that you feel? I feel like
nice question, Madden. Nice question, Madden.
Underneath this, you feel somebody was deprived.
I know you feel that way about Brokeback Mountain and Crash with Ludacris.
Yes, that was
better than Django.
No, but Django would never have won.
Life of Pi was also in that year.
It's better than Life of Pi.
Silver Linings Playbook.
Better than Silver Linings Playbook. But yeah, I mean,
okay, you're coming back.
I'm not saying it
Some
shouldn't.
people like things, and some people don't like other things.
Like I like Django a lot more, but that's not a movie that wins Best Picture.
Les Mis.
Way better than Les Mis.
Anne Hathaway.
Oh, yeah, like it. I'm not saying it wasn't deserving.
It doesn't feel.
It's just not. It's an unremarkable Best Picture winner.
Your thoughts on unremarkable Best Pictures?
Gosh.
Call in 314-974-0101. Callier Thompson phone line. Yeah, why do you? It's an anti-Afton thing. If John Goodman would have went to Ladue, I bet it would have been
Central Corridor guy would have made it.
Yeah. You can also email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. And we also have Jeremy Rutherford coming up at 10 o'clock on the program. Doug, you were chastising Chairman Ridley, a longtime listener of TMA, down there at Augusta National, and he did let J.J. Watt play on Monday.
Well, that was big of him. How generous.
And he got to play the Sunday Pins.
Good.
And didn't play it now for clarity, didn't play it from where the boys playing on Sunday played. What they call the members' tees is where J.J. Watt teed off. Now, J.J. Watt is a 21 handicap. Just having played with you before, I would say you're a dangerous 16, even though I know you don't keep an index. That'd be my ballpark on you. Now, J.J. Watt talked about what he shot. I will let you know what he shot. What do you think you would shoot? Again, the members' tee is 1,100 yards shorter than what they played this past weekend at Augusta National. What do you think you would shoot? What do you think J.J. Watt shot?
I would shoot about 115 based on what I saw from those greens, and he would have shot probably about 120.
Okay. Papers, do you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to
recuse.
Martin, you want to fire a bullet at the pot on J.J. Watt and what he shot? Yep.
I was going to say Watt shot 110.
Okay. Chairman Kurt, I think you sent this link, but maybe not.
No, I didn't.
This is the Jackson link. Okay.
I think he played poorly. I'm going to say 130.
Okay. I have to tell you, I am stunned by the number. And he put everything out. Doug, and I know you're pro putting everything
so it's
out.
the other way. Yeah. He was good?
He shot 103.
Okay.
Yeah. Shot 49 on the front and 54 on the back. And he put everything out. No gimmies. Played the Sunday pins. Played by the rules, and out of bounds. And I don't think people are necessarily cheating sometimes when they drop it for where it went out of bounds, and they're hitting 3 there when in reality you're actually hitting 3 from the tee if it's a white stake. Either way, he played by the rules and shot 49.54 for a 103. And Doug, that makes me think you could go out there and hover around even.
Yeah, I could have been in the tournament had I known course was playing that easy.
Nick Dunlap shot 90 on that first day.
He did shoot 90 on day one, and to his credit, he went out there and shot under par on Friday and didn't WD.
Yeah, good on him.
That's hard to do, isn't it?
Oh,
just
my.
have a
Bogey
horrific
golf.
game.
Bogey golf.
Horrific round at the Masters. Then you got to, let it go, which is what I read that Rory's psychology.
Bob Rotella?
His psychology coach? Is that what it is?
Sports psychologist.
Sports psychologist said not talking to Bryson during was part of their whole plan the week ahead. Let nothing. It wasn't like a shot at a live guy. It wasn't personal. That they had game planned ahead of time. That nothing would matter. Just keep your focus lasered in.
Do you have that sound of Bryson being asked about that? I know you had it on Monday.
Because it would feel a little weird if you're next to him for 4.5 hours.
But
is that common? You think they just don't talk to each other?
Yeah, I was about to. Here's what Bryson said following the round.
Did you speak to him in there? How's he doing? Do you know?
No idea. Didn't talk to me once all day.
Did you try and initiate conversation with Rory at all?
He wouldn't talk to me.
So he was, clearly a little perturbed by that. Asked Tony Finau about his experience in 2019 on Sunday with Tiger. He was walking off the tee on number 7 and said after Tiger hadn't talked to him for the first 6 holes, decided he would try to initiate conversation. They were walking off the tee and he said, "So, how's the family?" Tiger looked at him and goes, "They're good," and kept walking. And that was the last time they talked until they shook hands on number 18, and that's what made him a trained killer. Some guys, they loved to talk. Lee Trevino would be an example of that. And Jack Nicklaus always said, I knew that's what made him work. For me, it didn't work, so I would make sure I walked way behind him or way in front of him. And so Rory, his sports psychologist, said you can get distracted sometimes when you start engaging in conversation. And if you want to finish this thing off, you got to not talk. So that's the deal. And that's certainly something that people used to celebrate about Tiger, but I think Rory can be a little more polarizing for some. And so Bryson, who now has high approval for some with the social media thing, Rory was viewed negatively in that exchange. But I want to contextualize it with what Tiger did throughout the course of his career and what Jack Nicklaus did throughout his.
It's the old Jay-Z clip on TMZ with the goober and a phone gets real close, walking the streets and you're, hey, it's Jay-Z. Like a TMZ person just always gets in their grill. And all he turned and said was, "You know better." And the guy just recoils down the street. Kind of like Tiger. Hey, it's a family. They're good.
I guess even if they're not talking to each other, Rory was talking to his caddy the whole day, so it's not like he was just stone-faced and quiet and didn't speak at all. So there is that.
But just not engaging with anything outside of your mission of winning that.
Still,
day.
it seems like you ought to at least be polite when it starts. Shake his hand and say good luck to you.
I think they did that. I think we saw that. They're right at the beginning after Bryson, for whatever reason, walked to the tee like he was a gladiator in Rome. Did you guys see that where he has arms out to the side? Yeah. Really odd.
I like him. He's a fun guy. He's got some personality.
Sounds like Jackson's selling his stock.
Give him a come on, bro. I got a come on, bro. 2 hours
come
ago.
on, bro.
Oh, yeah, come on, bro.
You don't like Bryson DeChambeau?
I don't dislike. I just think this whole thing, like with the fans, is a little forced. To be honest with you, he had a certain perception about him before with the Brooks Koepka thing, and now since he's been on YouTube, it's all like the U.S. Open thing last year where he had every fan touch the trophy. It just felt a little forced to me, inorganic. Regardless, they did shake hands and, had what seemed to be pleasantries right before, 4 please, Rory McIlroy now driving. I don't do it.
So you don't like a guy who interacts with the fans like that?
No, that's like,
gosh.
I feel like
what happens when you come on Bro Doug.
I feel like this is some sort of like a debate. No.
I just can't imagine what there is not to like about a guy who's all smiles and happy. And
because that's
fun.
not what he was. And now he's it seems like he's on a PR tour.
You shut your whore mouth, Jackson. That's from Mr. Licks.
I figured he wouldn't like that.
As the TMA housewife, I'll volunteer to host episode 1 on the estate. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue
really?
Mom.
Okay.
Well, that'll be fun. So now you've got the location for the episode.
Okay.
The debut up. The pilot is going to be at her estate. And I wonder what her husband's going to be doing because he's been in that pool house for since December, I feel like.
And if we come up a person or two short, we can go to Brio and fetch someone?
That's correct.
Okay.
Jackson's lone wispy pube. Any chance Martin can take after Rory's approach and not talk? Very hurtful. You know what? I think that's a good point, though. I'm going to take you up on that right at 10 o'clock.
And that's when you start onboarding?
Yeah.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
Dan Orlovsky just got told to watch his mouth. 9:15 in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
Hey, I know I'm not supposed to talk. I just can't help it. When it comes to Mid-America St. Louis Airport, it's such a great value when you're looking to get to Vegas or Florida with 7 different destinations, Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale. Want to head on down during spring training every year with the Cardinals or summertime. Maybe a golf trip. You can do it at a great price at flymidamerica.com. That's the website where you can check out all the Allegiant flights, including Hilton Head. They've added Knoxville. They continue to add more locations, Gulf Shores, Destin, wherever you're headed to warm up and have some fun with the family. You can do it at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Parking less than $10 a day. The convenience is off the charts. A lot of folks don't like air travel these days because it is so inconvenient. But at Mid-America St. Louis Airport, it's easy. You park, go in, get through security. It's typically about 15 minutes from car to gate. They have specials for our veterans as well. Check out all the pricing online at flymidamerica.com. Muscuda, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. For your next flight, your next trip, book it online at flymidamerica.com.
Martin, this is one of Doug's all-time favorites.
Yeah, this is good.
A little desperation in there.
Very clever.
Are some of these karaoke outtakes from like the Shark Bar when people are hammered and then somebody recorded
There's
it?
actually a music video of this, and it was shot at Busch Stadium. Now, I want to make it clear, Martin. It was shot outside of Busch Stadium. They did not get clearance from the DeWitt family to go on the field.
They're like performing it for like the Lou Brock statue.
Were they serious or trying to be funny with this?
Oh, whoa!
Sometimes the lines are blurred.
Whoa. Come on, bro. It's acoustic sessions if you want to enjoy the music with your friends.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the program. We've been joined by Jamie Rivers and Victor Scott so far on today's show. Coming up in at about 10, Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us as the Blues head to the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time since 2022. In addition to the dominating performance last night, old Jimmy Snipes got his first goal. Doug got an assist to start things on Schen's goal to get the scoring going after he was unable to go 5-hole on the breakaway, but then he did get his first goal, and it was reviewed, so it looked like the celebration might be overturned as well as the goal, but Snipes on the board with his first goal. Here is Jimmy Snuggerud.
Number one. No, yeah, I mean, can't score with my stick, so I might as well score with my feet. Obviously, there's a lot of, calls in games with goals that might be in and might be not. I've been through it before, so, it's nice that, they called it a good goal.
And Snuggerud has certainly been, this guy wasn't even playing on the Blues, 3 weeks ago, and he has not only been active, but been put in key spots as a role part of that, certainly the Holloway situation, but they certainly trust him.
Yeah, he was on the ice all night last night. He was like third in ice time among the forwards. Yeah. His coming up and signing with the Blues couldn't have worked out better timing-wise with the loss of Holloway to be able to plug in another offensive threat when you lost one of your big guns there. That really worked out well for them. And as much as he's playing, I guess you got to assume that he'll play just that much in the playoffs. I think he's in there. I think he's one of the certainly top 9, but probably one of the top 6 forwards they have now.
And then how unique is it? He's staying with Schenn, and then he's playing on the same line as Schenn. He could have had his first goal on that breakaway, and then Schenn gets the rebound. So the captain is also his. I guess landlord of sorts. That's why he's getting that Wagyu steak. I think is
rent?
Right?
Would you have to pay rent?
Pay rent.
We do like logistics talk.
Tim, did you take in Jackson when he first started on TMA?
I did. We slept in the same bed, as a matter of fact, just like Jackson and Lisa Ann did.
No. Now, I heard Shen call him Snuggy, because I wondered if he's Snugsy or Snuggaroodle or what he's going to be. It's just Snuggy.
It's like the dog version of him.
That would have been great.
Snuggaroodle.
I wish that could have taken off. Jamie Rivers said, "Teach me how to snuggie" when he got his
goal. I like that.
Oh,
I like that a lot. Yeah, that's a good one. Snuggaroodle.
Snuggaroodle. That's what I would have called him.
You think that would have rolled off the tongue of Chris Kerber?
Yeah, you
John
could yell
Kelly?
that at me. Hey, I'm open. Snuggaroodle. Hit me. I'm wide open over here.
Now that the Blues are officially in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Doug, I know you like to throw cash around and wager. They are plus 3,000 to win the Chalice. The Dallas Stars still the favorites, even though they've kind of fumbled left around here as of late. They are plus 650 to win the Cup. Panthers plus 800. Oil plus 825. Avs plus 850. Ning plus 900. Hurricanes plus 950, VGK plus 1,000. Notice I haven't mentioned the Blues' first-round opponent and the team that is the President's Trophy winner with, 114 points? Is that what they're sitting with now?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, the Jets are right there in between the Golden Knights and the Capitals. They're plus 1,000. I guess tied with the Capitals or tied with the Golden Knights and just ahead of the Capitals. But yeah, the Stars, Panthers, Oilers, Avalanche, Lightning, Hurricanes, and Golden Knights all right there or ahead of the Winnipeg Jets. How about that?
Yeah, I don't get that. What's not to like about the Jets?
I think it's a trust factor.
History, yeah. So 5 of the last 6 years, they've been in the postseason. Of those 5 playoff trips, they've been bounced in the first round 4 times, going back to the Blues in 2019. Now, the year before, This is selective because I wanted to present this point. In 2018, they made the conference finals, but we're not counting that, Tim.
No.
We're going from 2019 forward. They have been bounced 4 out of the last 5 playoff trips in the first round. So I think it's a real thing, not only for their fans to worry about, for the media to bring up,
for their goaltender,
but for their players, who've been there. It's a legit topic, and I'm sure they're going to get sick of hearing about it. But that's going to be brought up, and I think that is, doesn't change the fact that they've had a great season. But it's
you lose, and you have this kind of season, especially when they started off the way that they did and completed it too, like this.
But I think it's going to weigh on them. There's no doubt about it. It's not just a made-up topic.
Paul Maurice leaves there, wins the cup with the Panthers. It's a whole thing.
Binner just beat him in the Four Nations, going head-to-head with Hellebuck.
Doug, let's go up there and see if the Note can win Game 1 and maybe get in their heads a little bit.
Steal one. Let's steal one, Timmy.
You like that?
Yeah.
Jackson, what about a private jet to go to Winnipeg for Game 1? And we're hearing maybe Saturday if we can get you a private jet to go to Winnipeg for Game 1. And
he doesn't do anything but private jets.
You can't watch any NBA, though, on the plane or while you're in WPG. Are you okay?
Oh, man. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, private jet, the whole 9. I remember I think it was on The Simpsons, they were making fun of Winnipeg, and on the sign at the airport of Winnipeg, it says, "We were born here. What's your excuse?" I thought that was funny. I always thought that was funny.
Okay, no private jet. You've got one connection in the Twin
One day
Cities.
in Winnipeg.
But I've got you front row seats for Game 1 of the playoffs. Now you're going to make a connection in Minneapolis. It's all free.
Can I stop off and watch the T-Wolves game?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
okay, all right.
for free
we're getting there.
free air travel. I've never sat on the glass before.
I see today it's supposed to be 59 degrees in Winnipeg, but later in the week, we got lows in the 20s.
I don't know if we should go then.
Yeah, we'll have to miss it.
I think we should borrow that slogan. St. Louis, we were born. What's your excuse?
Well, I'm predicting a Blues Toronto Maple Leafs final.
Ooh, gee.
And the Parade Down Market on June 14th.
Yeah, Craig Berube coming in with his Leafs.
All of
That'd be a
Canada,
good one, wouldn't it?
All of Canada pulling for him. How about that first round matchup Berube has? Brady Tkachuk coming back, Ottawa and Toronto. How do you do? And then you got the battle for Florida on the other side. The winner of those two will play. So Florida and Tampa, and Ottawa and Toronto.
Bet you Brady Tkachuk stirs it up, takes somebody out in the first game, or then Chief, who's friends with the whole family, have to say something harsh about Brady. It's going to. And Big Walt, where's he going to be? Florida, Ottawa, Toronto.
Yeah, how's Walter going to handle that?
And he's the Blues director of. I always say, "What's your title?" He goes, "I don't know. It's on a card somewhere."
He's on the LaRussa plan.
Director of player recruitment.
So he doesn't necessarily have to be at the Blues games because he wouldn't be recruiting players.
I will say
that's his excuse to go see his sons play.
Yes. I will say we give him a hard time, but his job the last 5 years has been going to all these college tournaments, going to Sarnia, watching Kyrou and watching Dvorsky. And Armstrong's team, you got to look at these players and say they've done a pretty damn good job. Neighbors was a first-round pick, but later, Robert Thomas, first-round pick.
Yeah.
I mean, and Bolduc in the teens somewhere, I think 17th, 18th. These picks have nailed it. You look at the Cardinals, they're hoping Gorman gets his eye back. They're hoping Walker's a hit.
Yes.
The Blues have largely nailed it. So you got to look at Armstrong's entire staff, and, Walt's out there watching college games, but these first-round picks have all stepped in and been pretty damn good.
Martin, I'm looking at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 288 friends are in there talking it over, including Troy Wedgie, Droid Effects, Brandon Baker, and my personal favorite, the Boston Market ad bot.
Oh.
But Starvin Marvin is not happy with, I don't know who, but he just wrote, "Cry about it." Doug, what would there be?
Well, I'm not going to weep about anything.
I get tattoos of Carlos Martinez on my mama.
Who does that?
But oftentimes the YouTube chat is arguing with each other.
I know. That's why I don't know if he was. But I'm looking at it, and I don't know what. But I looked at what the conversation was, and I don't know what Starvin Marvin, whether it was directed at another YouTube chat person or at us. Starvin Marvin says, "Cry about it."
Okay. What are we crying about exactly?
Don't know. Maybe the temperatures in Winnipeg?
Well, it could be.
Cry about it. I have closed out a number of open tabs, including Jim Neighbors, Wagyu Steak, and I was reading about
Jim Neighbors and
Wagyu Steak. I was reading about that Game 5. I forgot the circumstances. The win in Winnipeg when Schwartz got the goal in the final seconds. They were down 2-0. I remember now that its memory's been jarred. But the quote after the game from Connor Hellebuck was lucky pinballs. Lucky pinballs is what he said after that Game 5 when the Blues stormed back to beat the Jets. And then, of course, they came home and finished them off. Lucky pinballs.
Yeah, that Game 5, because there was so much in that run, and that's the thing about this. And I guess, obviously, none of us locally knew about it unless you happen to be from another market and a fan of another team, what it is like. I mean, this thing will start Saturday or Sunday, and if the Blues are the team that gets through it, it will not end until about Father's Day. So that's what, to me, makes the Stanley Cup playoffs what they are for fans. Is it's essentially every other night, unless you have a Brooks and Dunn, Cat Williams conflict, and it is an emotional battle every other night. In the case of the 2019 Blues, they played 26 of 28 possible games in order to win it, and that means, you know, you're talking about hundreds of hours when you actually do the math of that kind of intensity, that kind of anxiety that is created. And some of those games had overtime finishes. And that one, I think, Martin, that you're citing right there, it flies under the radar because it was in the first round. But, God, was that critical. I mean, down 2-0 late, and to come back and win it, and then they win the series in St. Louis, that thing was looking like it was going the other way because they opened up the series by winning the first two in Winnipeg and then lost the next two in St. Louis. So that Game 5, down 2-0, that looked like they were staring down the barrel, and instead they come back and steal it, and that's where that image that Cam Jansen tweeted out last night came from. That was a signature moment that oftentimes is forgotten.
The full quote, lucky pinballs, said the Jets goalie Connor Hellebuck, the puck just bounced and ended up right on their tape. Tough to eat that one, but I thought we were the better team.
Wow.
If we keep fighting here, it's not over. Well, it wasn't. They had to play another game until it was over.
There's some truth to that. Some
puck
truth
luck.
To
You're a big believer in puck luck.
Puck luck, sure.
The non-ling texting in, and he says, believe it was Steen or another lefty whose stick broke, so Bozak, a righty, went in, and that floating pass to Schwartz was much more likely coming off a right-handed stick than a lefty, and it was that floating pass that he was able to convert. And the world changed. And for a number of Winnipeg Jets fans, they have not forgotten about that, and they will be reminded of it on Saturday or Sunday when this series gets underway. Starvin Marvin says the Boston market ad bot is whining.
Cry about
never
it.
give up on my dreams.
That's him there?
Okay? And I always just fought for what I wanted.
Yeah.
Does it matter, Frank? I just wonder, like games, like even though we should know that going into the playoffs that all the games matter to him, I feel like in the postseason that it matters more. I don't know, but
It
everyone's
matters.
Okay.
It matters.
Okay, Frank.
I like
Gosh, I
angry
wish he'd
Frank.
calm down.
Pop the champagne and make love all night.
Oh.
All right, Doug, here's what's going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat between the Boston Market ad bot and Starvin Marvin.
Okay.
Boston Market ad bot said, do you think they interrupted Kansas City news to celebrate the Blues win? Do you think Mahomes wore a blue helmet? What a deal the Blues made with the Chiefs. I will never be able to scrub the image of O'Reilly wearing that garbage Chiefs helmet at our All-Star game. And then Starvin Marvin said, cry about it. John Scores tried to settle the boys down.
Did he?
Yeah, he's got the C on his sweater in there. Maybe the A, because I think Tiny PP wears the C in there. And he says, easy. And then Droid Effects said, they ain't talking about the Blues over in Kansas City at all. Kansas City is not talking about the Blues this morning. So that's, I guess that's what it was. And Starvin Marvin doesn't like that the Boston Market ad bot is pointing out the cuckoldry
Oh, is that what it is?
of the east side of the state relative to the west side.
It is a good point. Are they showing Blues highlights last night in Kansas City?
What do you
Probably
think,
not.
Martin? Yeah.
Probably not. But in the playoffs, maybe. But
So you're on the side of the Boston Market ad bot.
I think we do a little too much Chiefs in this town. That's my opinion. I've said that for a while. And They're popular, though. You look at the ratings.
That's right. It works.
It works. Channel 4 has those games. They're monster ratings. People are into it. Some of the kids that didn't have an NFL team have gravitated to Mahomes. Who's
And you know what
likable.
Doug says, Martin? Some people like some things, then some people
don't like other
That's
things.
right.
And I have no problem with people being Chiefs fans. I just think some of it is like shoved down our throat. Like I would get an email saying, "Where's the Chiefs report?" Like, well, we don't live there.
It sounds like you talked to a hillbilly.
We don't live there.
It feels like they're America's team right now, the Chiefs.
Which is, I think it's great that the middle of America is sort of the glamour team with the whole Taylor Swift thing. But in northern Wisconsin, in the summertime, people would call the NBC station where I worked, "You're not showing enough Cub highlights."
Now, who was that? That
You're
sounded
not
like a lady.
It's, she probably is from like, I don't know, Lake Forest, but they have a home in Minocqua. We would like to see some more Cubs highlights. We're up here for the summer. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I had a conversation with a lady, and I said, "You're in Wisconsin." "Yeah, but a lot of us from Chicago are up here." And, okay. Sorry, Betty.
So you're supposed to gear your sports, not to the people who live there, but to vacationers.
Her and her cabin. I have friends in Eagle River, and they also watch your station, and they would like more Cubs highlights.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Are you really, Charlie?
That's a week from Friday, Chuckles. Brewers in town. Cardinal last home game before going out on the road is today. It's a busman special. Victor Scott joined us en route to the ballpark. Jamie Rivers earlier on the program. You can always go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast, and that's where you can enjoy this program anytime you want, or on YouTube, and watch the program at youtube.com/TMA-STL. Jeremy Rutherford's going to join us at 10 o'clock here on the show. Doug, you can tell us about Mark Milton, though, can't you?
You know what he is? He is your IRS penalty killer. Maybe you don't think the IRS rules have applied to you in the past. You didn't bother to file a return, or you owed money. You just kind of blew it off. Well, it's not so funny to the IRS, and they'll come after you with guns ablazing. That's where Mark Milton steps in. He can help defend you against the godforsaken tax man. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you could even be facing IRS criminal investigation. Happens to a lot of people. Don't let it go. It won't just disappear. You got to do something about it. And Mark Milton is right there. He is the STL Tax Lawyer. That's his website, stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy, not just one of the best locally, he is one of the top dogs in the entire country when it comes to tax resolution. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, "No, I am not guilty. I'm with Milty." Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Clark Hunt screwed St. Louis to get into this market. People are sheep if they follow the Chiefs. Wake up, people!
Oh,
that's from the 636.
No, we don't like it. We don't like how it played out, but we do like NFL football. And that's what we have now. And the team happens to be extremely good with one of the best players in the league. And so that's why people watch.
Martin Big Tuft is now not happy with you. Quote, "I think we do a little too much Chiefs in this town." Yeah. Aren't you a sports director at a TV station? That's from Big Tuft.
How'd that feel?
I don't know what that means.
It means you can do something about it.
Well, I do.
You don't show Chiefs highlights.
We do not. In our newscast, they do a lot of Chiefs-related, I would call it sports-adjacent stories.
I like those sports-adjacent.
And I always say, why are we doing that? I literally go in the newsroom and say, why are we running that? Nobody cares about the backup lineman's new cheeseburger that they're selling downtown. We do a lot of Chiefs-adjacent. The 573 said, couldn't be less great, Martin. Very hurtful. I don't even know what.
Couldn't be less great, Martin.
Couldn't
what does that
be less
mean?
great, Martin. Meaning you suck? But I don't. I need more context.
Mets have nothing to hold their heads down for, except they didn't play that well, and they gave away this World Series.
I love that, Frank Thomas.
There is real tension between the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Sharon and Clayton.
Oh, no.
/Sanibel. Doug, I don't know how you're going to handle that when you put this Real Housewives of TMA together.
I'll figure something else.
Because it could turn into the late night score, Martin. That was a wonderful program that aired for 2 weeks in 2010.
We'll just let them bicker.
And
is there a skeleton for that, Tim, that we can listen
God,
to?
wouldn't that be great? The nonling saving one of the hosts wanted to make a big exit speech. This is before Instagram where you could really get some attention. So, you grab a microphone at 11:30 off of Lindbergh and you make your big exit speech, and the nonling cutter mic. And what a moment it was. And that's why he has direct pipeline to this program to this very day. But unfortunately, that program only aired for 2 weeks, despite not losing money.
All it was?
It was 2 weeks. The host, three of the hosts didn't like one of the hosts, the same one the producer Joe didn't like. So that's what Doug's going to be dealing with here.
Yeah.
But the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Sharon and Clayton are comparing. We kind of got a balance sheet showdown going on in the text inbox. I don't even know how they know.
Yeah, how do they know what the other one's saying?
But it's going on, and we'll have that, plus Jeremy Rutherford, plus the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's all coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis way back then in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home now for 135 years. They partner with the St. Louis Cardinals and with the St. Louis Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and the future of St. Louis. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success, so it's no wonder they have decided to partner with this here program on TMA. That's Stifel and TMA, where success meets success.
Wow. Thanks. Now they're playing it in Calgary this morning, Doug.
I don't know that they're playing this anywhere other than right here.
What?
We need something with a little more energy.
I just thought maybe just slow it down just for a second.
Why?
Time to reflect.
On what?
On the Blues' run since the Four Nations.
Oh. Yeah. If you want to get emotional, no one's going to blame you.
And I got a Cardinal lineup for you.
A hot Cardinal lineup.
Yeah, it is hot. Thank you. Lars Nootbaar, Wilson Contreras, Brendan Donovan, Nolan Arenado, DJ Burley Biscuits.
I like that name a lot.
Jordan Walker, Pozo, and friend of the program, Victor Scott. Fresh off an appearance on TMA. Martin, it's a TMA bump, so go big on Victor Scott props today. And then Sajay at short, which I don't like, only because as a fantasy baseball owner of Brendan Donovan, who also owns, what's the name of that guy on the Nationals? Doug, you're the only guy in the studio who would know. He got hurt. National shortstop, young guy.
Play everywhere?
Yeah, Donovan will have shortstop eligibility when he gets another start, I believe. And I also have Mason Wynn, and they're both on the IL. And the Southside Seaman, Martin, as you know, the New York Yankees of fantasy sports are on a mission to go undefeated in 2025. And this shortstop situation is really problematic for this team right now. I need Brendan Donovan to have some shortstop eligibility, so it wouldn't hurt if Ali Marmol could get him over to shortstop today. So I don't know if you can text that to him.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Hey, Ali, if you don't mind, just a quick lineup adjustment here for the Seaman.
Yep, thank you.
Brendan Donovan, 11-game hitting streak.
Yeah.
Average dropped to like 381 last night.
382, I think. Victor Scott at spring training.
C.J. Abrams, thank you to the listeners texting it.
Shout out to C.J. Abrams. Victor Scott.
Shout out.
He's in the YouTube chat. He's the Boston Market ad bot.
Yeah. Victor Scott at spring training when he sat down with us said that, I'd say humbly said that he thinks he's the fastest guy in Major League Baseball. StatCast has numbers. Bobby Witt Jr. is currently in first with a sprint speed of 30 feet per second. Victor Scott, 29.9 feet per second.
They're neck and neck.
Doug, at that concert you're putting together with Adam Wainwright and Victor Scott and the Real Housewives of TMA, maybe we can have Bobby Witt and Victor Scott race. A lot of things are going to go on at this event.
Sure, they'd be up for that.
Home plate to first, Victor Scott, 4.1.
When are we playing the Royals? And I mean, we're a Chiefs town, so we'll have a hard time deciding who to root for on the baseball side, too. Cards Royal. We could have the pregame sprint.
That's right.
Actually,
things are starting to happen. We're developing a TMA festival.
Well, release the Hoosier on top of all of this.
Yeah.
We could really revolutionize the game day experience for baseball fans.
Yeah, with the attendance being such an issue, Release the Hoosier could definitely be on the table.
I was taking a gander at that last night before the puck dropped at Enterprise Center, and I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah, it is.
Now, I'm looking outside here. Oh, but I can't see the flag. Wow, no wind either. So it looks like perfect conditions. Number one for ball striking in Jackson's executive 9. But 56 degrees. Doug, at the first pitch, it's going to be 68 degrees. This Busman special. What do you think it's going to look like down at the old ball yard?
About the same as it looked the previous games down there. Mostly empty.
But isn't this divorcee day? And you kind of go down there. Chairman Kurt's nodding. He knows. He's got some people.
Have you really?
This darn sound story today. If it wasn't for that, I'd be down there hunting.
Darn sound story.
I don't like to hear that.
Mothership. Give him the finger. Hey, the Royals are here June 3rd, 4th, and 5th. This could happen soon.
Let's put this thing together.
They're not going to do it. They might pop a hammy or Achilles or something.
Trump candidate raced a car.
Well, yeah.
And look at the career he had.
Well, it wasn't much.
One game against the Jets.
Yeah, the big game.
I do think if Victor Scott has a good game, we can kind of play off of that. Maybe he'll become a regular friend of the show.
Doug, maybe we can add a kissing booth with you at this festival. That's from the 636. Is that something?
I'm busy. I am so pressed for time.
Doug, Mrs. Swinghaven board member may want to put her hat into the ring for this Real Housewives of TMA, but only if the other girls are into girls. Thanks. That's from the Swinghaven board member.
You guys think a kissing booth was ever actually a thing?
Yes.
Really?
Like at the county fair.
Is that right? Like it really did happen?
I think
And
way back when it must have been because it's a common joke.
I've always seen it like in like goofy cartoons and stuff.
I thought, wasn't there one in Stand By Me before Lardass started vomiting on everybody?
What was it? The antlers or whatever they were called?
The antlers.
The antelopes or whatever they got thrown up on.
Jackson's got such disdain for the antlers that you weaved them into the
Well, there's some kind of group there, isn't there? I thought it was an antler.
Think they were
they're like wearing antlers, though. It was odd, but I don't think I don't
That's
remember.
Yellow Jackets you're thinking of.
Was it cannibalism? I don't think. I've never seen a kissing booth, and I'd be surprised if
there now.
People are like, what? They pay $1 to kiss some random guy?
This was
it's gotta be the creepiest thing I've ever heard.
This was it wasn't a guy. It was a girl.
It was a girl.
Kissing booth.
I think it was a girl.
That's even creepier.
Jackson, you're king shaming.
I guess. I mean, two consenting adults. I'm not going to judge, but it's just really
Is it
odd.
consenting when one's a sex worker?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right. Maybe the next TMA Christmas party.
Yes.
Another revenue stream.
Are kissing booths glory hole adjacent?
Doug?
Oh, I doubt it.
There was a kissing booth in Revenge of the Nerds. Doug should know that. That's from Barclay's Bone.
I'm looking for someone to see one IRL, not in the movie, not in the
Doug, you have a problem
cartoon.
when somebody says IRL.
You didn't have to say that. We have plenty of time.
You're so
here.
right, Doug. God, you're so right. I just want to know if someone's actually seen one in real life.
Not anymore. No. Everyone's, you don't want to be swapping diseases.
Everyone's got to come to their
venereal
senses.
diseases. Well, with AIDS and everything and herpes and everything.
I think everyone wants to leave with the pathogens they came with.
I think perhaps a long time ago, in a simpler time, it might have been a thing.
You don't have the immune system to fight that.
The Antlers is the Mizzou basketball student section club.
You don't have to tell me that. But someone could text in. They were wearing some sort of horned headwear apparatus of some sort, and they were giving it to Lardass. Everyone was being mean to him. But he had the upper hand.
When it was all said and done, he was victorious.
Absolutely. Blueberry pie eating contest. I've seen those. I've just never seen a kissing booth.
Antlers, big Chiefs fans, Jackie?
Probably.
It was the Benevolent Order of Antelopes.
Antelopes. Thank you. Thank you.
Stepdad Gary.
Thank you. Stepdad Gary, gold star to you, sir. Yes, the antelopes. I knew they were wearing some sort of headgear. It was tough.
I'm reading that the kissing booths started way long ago in like county fairs and things like that.
Yeah, see, okay.
Raise $1 or $2 and kiss the pretty girl and move along now.
What about the sledgehammer, Doug? Do they still have that where you can ring the
sure.
bell?
Yeah, they've got that.
I've seen that. I have seen that. I haven't seen the kissing booth. Maybe we'll do that at St. Gabriel's when we bring it back to its proper date, Doug. Of course, the second Saturday in June, as opposed to this school picnic in October that I refuse to recognize.
Well, it's a little odd that someone well into his 40s is concerned about the date of his grade school picnic, but that's just me.
Have you talked to Fungo?
You better believe it. There's a faction. This is divided, the 63109. Trust me.
What about Cal? Have you talked to him?
Absolutely. I was doing a lot of texting with Cal Kennedy.
I'm glad you're taking a stand.
You better believe it. Hey, speaking of which, and what Cal and I were texting about, the Dotem announcement. That's the TMA golf tournament dating back to 2016. It was the brainchild of the late, great Jay Randolph Jr., just like many of my wagers when he called me about it. I was down at spring training in 2016. He said, I think a golf tournament for this show would be huge. And I go, I don't know. I don't think so. And then the thing would sell out. We weren't able to do it last year, but we're doing it again this year. And we will have the announcement about the details coming up on Monday. The charity tie-in, which is a special development for the event, the location and all the details and how you can get tickets. So start putting together your foursomes. The dates will be, and I keep effing these up. Jackson, is it the 29th and 30th?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. 29th Thursday, 30th of Friday.
Thank you. That's exactly right. It's a 2-day event. You can play in one or both, should you desire. So we will have that and always breakfast, lunch, and dinner and beers all included. So it's a pony show, Doug. It's an absolute.
Oh yeah.
Pony show. So set those dates aside if you want to play in the Dotem, and if you're new to TMA, it's a great way to experience what Doug has often called the pageantry of this show.
There's not a lot of pageantry.
The tradition. If you don't get to Augusta in April, get to the Dotem in May. And it's essentially the same thing. A lot of Venn diagram.
We just ask that you please don't steal our pizzas.
That happened, Martin, in 2023. Uncle Leo's voted by Jackson's Instagram account, St. Louis Starter Packs, like back-to-back years, the best pizza in St. Louis.
Uncle Leo's?
It's so good.
Never heard
those
of it.
Miners boys. Doug knows the Miners
Sure
boys.
I do. Yeah.
For St. Louis style.
I think it's Filoni's Pizza.
Part of the Filoni's family.
Right, correct. And they have Uncle Leo's. It's like off Lindbergh and Tesson Ferry. It's in my rotation. Fungo makes the wing sauce, too. It always goes back to St. Gabriel. And we got and Uncle Leo's involved in the show. They drop off, I don't know how many pizzas. God only knows. I mean, I don't know, 60 or something?
Probably.
And even though there's, 200 MFers standing around after playing golf, some jack ponies took a bunch of boxes of pizza.
Correct me if I'm incorrect.
This audience.
Correct me if I'm incorrect, Doug.
But was that the tornado finish that ended?
I think it was.
That's correct. Earlier in the day on the program, Martin, Carnegie Strode had let the audience know that there would be no weather to deal with, and they are welcome to come on out. And about an hour and a half later, me and the plowboy are in a cart fighting for our lives to get back to the clubhouse. And Uncle Leo's delivers the pizza. Some hooligans thought that the weather situation was a prime opportunity to lift boxes of pizza.
Here comes a twister. Get the pies. That's what they were screaming.
Yeah, that's
Twist. It's a twister. It's a twister. Get the pies.
They thought that we weren't going to make it as a community out of that situation, so they thought they could at least get some pizza out of this dalliance.
And what was Iggy's excuse? Well, it's not my fault, pal. And the weather app.
He hid out in the cart barn.
He hid in the cart barn to avoid the anger.
The weather app on Montego Bay. Not my fault. Screw you guys.
Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure, from expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems. They've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm security and monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Martin is heading out for onboarding. Is Jeremy Rutherford heading into the studio? Because I saw him down the hall doing the Blues Last Minute Blues podcast. So he's going to be in studio with us coming up next. Then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We got Jeremy Rutherford here, and I want to talk some Bulls hoops. Bulls and Heat tonight right here on 101 ESPN. You heard that right. Bulls and Heat pregame at 6 p.m., tip-off at 6:30, and then the Kings attempt to light the beam in the play-in tournament as they take on the Mavericks. That'll follow the Bulls and Heat game right here on 101 ESPN, tip-off around 9 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, they'll be playing this when the Blues open up the Stanley Cup playoffs this weekend. Hello again, everybody. You're listening to 101 ESPN, your home of the St. Louis Blues.
Vin Scully, your host this morning? Is that what I just heard?
That's my natural delivery. This is kind of my radio voice.
I see.
Jeremy Rutherford has replaced Martin Kilcoyne. Hostile takeover.
Yeah, was Al Horford mentioned in that Sports Center update?
Celtics didn't play.
I heard Jeremy Rutherford is here, and I want to talk some Chicago Bulls. That's what I heard in that Sports Center update.
I think I heard that
Shout out to Rich Gould.
Yeah, Gary Pinkel's here. I want to talk some Mizzou hoops. Jeremy Rutherford is in the studio. He welcomes you to send in two-part questions at 314-399-9646. I got to start with this. Minnesota. Anaheim.
Oh, don't do it.
You're on your way.
Why is he doing this, Doug?
You're on your way to Las Vegas. Oh, my. And then those Ducks. Those damn Ducks. Doug was there. Doug went and saw the Ducks play this past weekend. He went out to Anaheim. Yeah. Jackson calls them what?
Just like probably like the least noteworthy team in North American sports.
They just kind of fly under the radar.
I'm not sure that's fair.
I know, and you brought back firsthand experience that was not true.
Yeah, so they packed the building against the Avs this weekend.
I'm eating my words.
But either way, they weren't happy with what was said about them on this show, and so they decided to let the Wild go and be the number one wild card.
Does Jax like the uniforms? I'm going to guess no on the orange.
No, God, no. The Ducks have really, they have it, it's right there. They have it right there with the Mighty Ducks stuff, and I know they tried to do it right, but...
even if I liked them, I hate them now.
Right.
Because now you're heading to Manitoba.
Yeah.
Like I said, when we started talking about this in the 7 o'clock hour this morning, I was watching, and I'm like, 2-1, the Ducks are beating the Wild. What a spot here. Minnesota's like, you had to bet $300 to win $100 straight up, and all of a sudden, I come back downstairs after doing something with one of my boys, and they're like, yeah, Minnesota's won. I go, how in the hell did that happen? 5 minutes ago, they were losing. 22 seconds left. The Ducks give up a goal, and then Minnesota wins it in overtime, but all they needed was to pick up that point, and that wrapped it up.
Yeah, just that point. And so we were sports writers, scribes up in the press box were watching that. And just by the score, like we didn't have the game on in front of us. And so anyway, I see 2-1 with like a minute 16 on the
you're celebrating.
Sweet Jesus, I'm going to Las Vegas. I'm going to walk outside of my hotel. The sun's going to hit me, and we're going to go some great restaurants. And instead, I'm going to Sbarro's next week.
Oh, nice, delicious
pizza. Did you cry? Did you weep openly?
For a little bit. Yeah.
There was some emotion there.
Jamie Rivers was on earlier, JR, and he said that he had no doubt that they were going to win last night. I realize he is, a former player and has the rapport that comes with being a former player, but you're around there and you know these guys, and they certainly respect you. Did you have the same sense that this was a team that wasn't going to let this one get away?
Yeah, I felt that we've seen it so many times where you expect the Blues to come out strong. Like, how can they not? And then they've laid an egg. I'll never forget. I think it was the night that Brett Hull's number went up in the rafters, and didn't they get whipped by Detroit?
I was about to say, I felt like that was a Red Wing game.
Yeah, and I think Brett was behind us after the rafter ceremony, and he's up in the press box, and he's, I'm glad I'm not watching this game. And so it's happened plenty of times over the years, but you just thought as they dropped that puck last night, Tim, that how can you not be ready for this game? And boy, were they ready for it.
Yeah, from the get-go, man, it was clear. And Rivers said that. He goes, and he said it on the broadcast too. Right by him, Torpchenko had 2 big hits. They were on a mission from the outset. And also, you knew that Utah had played the night before. That's a negative anytime if you are that team, much less dealing with a building and a team that has to win the game.
Yep, and plus 2 days. You guys talked about it yesterday, but 2 days of how can you guys not beat Utah? Like they're Arizona, Utah. Like they've been in the bottom of the league the past 5 years, and you can't have a good record against them. And so I think the Blues between finish it in regulation to get the playoff berth, so many factors last night to finish it on a high note, and they came out and played exactly like Jim Montgomery, and I guess Jamie Rivers thought they would.
As well as the Blues have played over the last 2 months or so, there are some awfully good teams in the Western Conference. What kind of chance do you give them of making a long run?
Well, I think Doug, I think that they can beat Winnipeg. I think it would help tremendously if they had Dylan Holloway. Like, I'd have no problem saying that the Blues could upset Winnipeg if they had a Dylan Holloway. I think that he means that much to this lineup. The one thing when I look at the Blues' chances here is that Winnipeg has a target on its back with the President's Trophy, with the, hey, they've never done anything in the playoffs, with Connor Hellebuyck, can he do it in the playoffs after he does it in the regular season? There's so many questions, and here's the biggest thing. Can the Blues create some doubt? It's one thing to go up to Winnipeg for game 1 and play a good game, but can you get up 2-0? Can you weather a storm and win game 1? If you can start to put some doubt in their minds with the pressure that's going to be on them, then I think you got something.
Is Holloway skating yet?
He is not, and I don't expect him to. Yeah, I don't expect him to. Even Jim Montgomery a couple days ago, he said, look, he did a little stick work before we left on that last road trip, but he's nowhere close to even being a part of things here.
Oh, jeez.
What's Winnipeg's status? They've known they were going to be in damn near since like December, considering the start they had. How are they looking physically? We know mentally they certainly are up against it with what's gone on in recent history with the playoffs.
Yeah, looking pretty good. I mean, we just saw them last week, 3-1 win over the Blues. They're big. They have a good defense. Obviously, we know about the goaltending. They got an injury with Nikolai Ehlers. He looks like he's going to be out week to week, so they've got something they're dealing with too. The thing with them is, they've been on top of things for so long now that, how do they get it going here in the playoffs? And I think with Winnipeg, Tim, is that they have a situation where they have a lot to prove, and that's going to be the thing here. And I think all eyes are going to be on the Jets as this thing gets started. And how do they get it going with having that target on their back all season long?
I think it is something else. I don't know. I know you are a friend of the program and listen to the show, and I was listing the odds to win the Stanley Cup. Even though Dallas has been flopping around here as they head to the finish line, they're still listed as the favorite at plus 650. Then it's the Panthers, Oilers, Avs, Lightning, Hurricanes, Golden Knights, and then the Winnipeg Jets.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think that people have a lot more faith in that list of teams that you just ran over. And I think also look at who they're playing, the Blues, who a lot of people around the league, Tim, are saying they're going to be a hard out. And we asked Pavel Buchnevich about that last night, or is it Bruce Nevich?
I think it's Bruce Nevich is the proper pronunciation.
That's how you say it? Yeah.
Sure.
So we asked him last night, and he gave an answer, but right there at the end of that answer, guys, he said, I think some teams are scared of us, and that means we're a good team.
How about that?
Well, is it possible that they could see Vegas in the second round so you could be happier knowing this?
No, it's not.
Well, some better city, knowing this is really all about your personal life in the hockey?
It is not possible. Yeah, since they play Winnipeg in that first round, they'll play Dallas and Colorado. And, Tim, that's what I was going to say a second ago, is that, Winnipeg had to stay above those two teams, had to stay above Dallas, right? Because you don't want to slip into that first-round matchup with Dallas or Colorado. So I think that's why they had to kind of keep Hellebuyck in there. Maybe he doesn't get some rest and just kind of keep things going, because you wanted to avoid that matchup. But no, since they're playing Winnipeg, they'll see that Dallas-Colorado winner.
Well, what city do you want to be in to feed your party fever?
Can't go wrong with Dallas or Denver. I mean, those I've done some Stanley Cup playoff coverage in those. You can't go wrong there.
Yeah, but I want to stay in Arnold.
You want them to play down at the Shark Tank.
Why can't we play at the Shark Tank? Come on, you get old. You don't want to drive. You don't want to fly.
Hey, brother, I get it.
Is the Shark Tank available? Is Brooks and Dunn playing?
Brooks and Dunn playing the Shark Tank Cat Williams playing the Shark Tank, and they move the shows there?
Maybe.
You've heard us talk. You know we love logistics. Anything you can say, comfortable saying regarding this playoff series? I don't want to put you in a weird spot. Certainly there are moving parts both in Winnipeg and St. Louis that impact the schedule.
Yeah, just at this point, the only thing semi-official is that the plan is to open it up Saturday in Winnipeg, game 1 Saturday. But the rest of it still being decided. You know, I've heard that it should be known by the end of business day today. I think in a perfect world, they'd try to play it every other day, which you'd be looking at Saturday, Monday in Winnipeg, and then potentially Wednesday, maybe Friday in St. Louis. But I know we've got a Brooks and Dunn concert Friday night. You know, logistics with that, I don't know. So nobody go out and make travel plans yet if you're looking to get to Winnipeg or whatever. But Saturday, game 1 is what I'm hearing.
Okay, there you go. Do you think that, Doug, you think that's a day game?
I just don't know.
Hope they're all day games.
I think, yeah, wouldn't that be nice? You sound like the Colonel.
They just don't ever play them back-to-back days? Like they couldn't play Wednesday, Thursday here?
There were a couple two-day breaks in the Stanley Cup final, if memory serves correctly. Certainly, I remember Game 6 in St. Louis was Sunday, and they won the Cup on a Wednesday. It can happen. I gather they tried to avoid it. I think Blues Jets has a good chance of being a day game.
Let's do it.
Yeah, you'd like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that way you can party in Winnipeg at night.
Yeah, get out to Sabaros like 5, 6 o'clock after the.
And you hang out there for hours on end?
Yeah, that's where he is. Yeah.
It's a buffet.
Oh, so you go back multiple times?
He writes his story and eats 3 to 4 delicious treats.
Who goes to a buffet and just goes once?
Clip that off.
Yeah, silly question.
JR, the 2-part questions are coming in, so how wonderful is that? Jeremy Rutherford sticking around here on TMA. Another segment cool?
Oh, for sure. I'm looking at Jackson so entertained over here.
Well, he's just watching game film to try to get a gauge on what do we got tonight in this. You got the play in Light the Beam.
Bulls and Heat.
Yep.
And then Kings Mavericks.
Doug, which one are you going to watch? Bulls Heat or Kings?
I won't catch either one of those.
Are you going to be chanting Fire Nico?
I won't say that at all.
Okay. I guess I'll be doing the work.
You're going to be yelling at your TV set, Fire Nico.
No. It was inevitable.
Okay. There it is. We'll talk about that with Jeremy Rutherford in addition to the Blues, the playoff series questions coming in. You can send your 2-parters in, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're also welcome to participate, and I'll look at that YouTube chat as well. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, youtube.com/TMASTL. 265 friends gathered there. And, of course, send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. If you are feeling sluggish, maybe you're up all night celebrating the Blues going to the Stanley Cup playoffs, or maybe it's low testosterone. If that's the case, that's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a local St. Louis business that can help men suffering from low testosterone. The first step is to get tested. I've done that. Super easy. In and out within, I would say about 20 minutes. Friendly staff. You get your numbers. They focus on free testosterone levels, which some physicians at other places don't do. Free testosterone levels ensures your treatment is tailored to your body. So that is super important. Be the dad who can keep up with the kids. Be the husband your spouse knows you can be. Feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's at work, in the gym, or at home. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find a limited time deal. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with Jeremy Rutherford in studio. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Nice.
We're gonna be on there twice. Let's go, Blues! Go for the gold. For that cup, I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys, keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Oh, dog.
So nice. So nice. So well done and so well written.
16 wins to the parade down market. Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us here at 10 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where they are currently debating the best pizza in St. Louis since the Uncle Leo's topic got going. You can go in there and talk it over, and also send in two-part questions for Jeremy Rutherford. Gotten this one a bunch, JR, so I want to get your answer on this. I don't know if it was you who I saw asked Jim Montgomery this following the game last night. Robert Thomas taken out early in the game, certainly a game whose outcome was not necessarily in doubt. So a precautionary measure, as he called it, certainly would be believable. What is your understanding on the situation with Robert Thomas?
Yeah,
who will be on this program tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow. I kind of saw it. We saw it develop there. He's sitting on the bench. Ray Borelli, the athletic trainer, is talking to him for quite a long time. And then there was a stoppage in play. As a lot of players do, Robert took a twirl out on the ice to see how it felt. And as soon as he did that, he booked for the door and went back to the room. And you're up, 5-1 at that point, so precautionary. The only thing that gives me a little pause is when we tweeted it out that Jim Montgomery said Thomas out for precautionary reasons, one of the Boston reporters tweeted, "I've heard that before." So maybe Jim Montgomery's got a catchphrase with injuries. But they're not skating today. The team's not practicing. You know, Robert might be going to the rink. We don't know, but we'll find out tomorrow.
It occurred to me, I don't know what Jordan Kyrie's nickname is. We heard Snuggerud is Snuggy. What's Kyrou?
Roozy?
Yeah, it's Roozy.
Roozy?
The look on Doug's face.
That's
because you're thinking of Mike Ruzioni right now.
Yeah.
Did YouTube catch that look?
Roozy?
on Doug's face?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You're down on 25's nickname.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good one.
Colton Kyrou and the old vet Fowler.
Is that Aerosmith? I thought Steven Tyler was not.
He came out of retirement briefly to cut that track. Yep. All right, let's see what we got here, Jerry. I'm just going to go right in there. This one, you touched on it in the previous segment, but I'm just going to go in order. So this is unfiltered. Do you think we'll start on Saturday or Sunday? That's from the 314.
Looks like Saturday.
Hi, JR. Do you think the Blues have the advantage on Winnipeg in any area of the game? More importantly, who had the bigger hog, Adam Crackville or Chris Porter? That's from Caller Buzz. And he won the Lister of the Month in June 2023, I think?
Not a good question.
I'll take number one, Doug. You take number two. Number one, I don't know that the Blues have any individual or position advantage on Winnipeg. I mean, you can say that Bennington is a game-time goalie. Like, he is a guy who's going to bring it. But Hellebuck is the best goalie in the world. So I think that the Blues are going to win this series if ... it's that team mentality and everybody's bringing it.
JR, what round of the playoffs do the Blues need to get to for Jackson to start to care? That's from the 314.
Jeremy, you answer that question.
I'm going to answer this one. I think that they could win a Stanley Cup. There could be a second parade on Market Street, and he would still not care.
Oh, no.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
It's always your own guys. No, I'll be locked in. Truly. I love playoff hockey. Well, love's a strong word. I really enjoy playoff hockey.
No.
The guy fights with himself over there.
Judge, I rest my case.
Yep, that's it. Hi, JR. Do you view Clayton as a place where you go to get sushi and snorkel with a Northwestern Mutual intern also? Part two, I heard that Todd Reardon had a drain dangler. Can you confirm? Doug, that's the self-made stay-at-home to do mom, and she's on your cast for the Real Housewives of TMA.
She could be. She's not going to get very far with questions like that.
I've lived in St. Louis my entire 50 years on this earth, and I've never been to Clayton.
I beg your pardon? You've never been to Clayton?
Awesome.
It's so far from Arnold Imperial. Why would I?
Have to,
in so many ways, too.
Well, you'd have to almost actively avoid it. You go downtown all the time.
If I went to a town or a city in this area where they weren't writing checks for lotto tickets, I would just feel out of place.
Put that up. There's some great restaurants there, and
like what?
Great hotels and.
Jackson's always at Napoli getting bottle service. Haven't you seen him there?
Yeah. You'll
It's on his Instagram.
You'll feel much better about St. Louis if you go to Clayton. You go, oh, this was what a downtown could look like.
I rent a Lamborghini Urus and I park it right outside. And I say, come and get me.
Does Clayton have a Denny's?
Oh, I don't know. Boy, it's a good question.
Shock. You've never taken a step in Clayton?
I did, but then they wanted me to pay to park. Like in Jeffco, we just park in the grass. You guys want to put coins into a machine.
JR, will you try to push that snugger? What is it? What's the nickname you want for
Snuggeroodle.
Snuggeroodle.
Yeah, I thought Snuggeroodle would be good.
See if you could get that going like when you write columns. Snuggeroodle looked good last night.
I'm going to ask Lou Korak to ask him that one.
Snuggeroodle.
See if we'll go for it.
And do you still run that kissing booth at the KFC buffet? That's from Marsh's Burner.
You have been to KFC. I haven't been to Clayton, but I'm guessing you have been to KFC.
Yeah, I have been to KFC, and the thing is, I set up a line for a kissing booth, and nobody showed up.
Oh, that's hot. Let's see. Guys, now that the Blues have clinched, JR, what are the chances Holloway can be ready to play Game 1 Saturday? How is he doing? That is from the 314.
I don't think he's going to be a player in this series, and if we think big picture, I don't know that we'll see Dylan Holloway the rest of this season. And I think that's just based on, you listen to Jim Montgomery, he said that he did some stick handling before the Blues went on the road trip, but he said that he's doing nothing rigorous, like nothing that is going to paint the picture that he's going to be back soon. So I would not have any expectation to see Dylan Holloway unless we hear otherwise.
And we still don't know if it's a hip or a knee or an ankle. Or
they continue to say lower body week to week.
Lower body is what they continue to say. JR, why would Enterprise schedule brutal concerts right in the middle of the first round? Also, please let the Blues know that the puck tracer must be stopped. It's horrific. I think, Chairman Kurt, some of the calls that were coming in today to the show, people were unhappy about the broadcast, and it was the puck tracer? Is that what was going on?
Yeah, and if we have time and we wanted to, he's still hanging on.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
No, sure. You got Collier and Thompson phone lines. JR, let's...
Imagine that, a caller hanging on.
This is Andy.
Andy, welcome.
Andy.
You're on with Jackson Burkett, if you want to talk Hawks and Magic.
Andy.
Hello, Andy.
Ange.
Good morning.
There he is.
There he is, Doug.
Good afternoon.
Yes, hello.
Oh, my, it was brutal.
Put that off.
You say good afternoon.
Yeah, it's fine. He might be on the East Coast.
I have an 82-inch TV, and I felt like I was getting a geometry lesson at the same time I was trying to watch a hockey game. It was
go to hell.
It was horrible.
Oh, I have to tell you, Andy, as I was watching it last night, I thought, God, I've watched a lot of games, and for whatever reason, I don't remember what's going on right now. And yeah, when they had the Blues on the PK, it was like there was some shapes forming.
I didn't hear about this.
But I think did they do it for the whole game or did they stop? I can't remember.
They only did it for the power play, but I think they did it for both teams.
Yeah.
But it was so distracting, and I mean, at one time, literally, if the Blues were in a box and they started moving around and switching sides, the lines would follow them, and before you knew it, it looked like a pentagon out there. It's like, what is going on?
Weird.
I would go to the Rent-A-Center in Fenton and look into a new TV. Because I didn't know this from
Rent-A-Center.
The Rent-A-Center in Fenton.
You rent a TV and pay weekly installments.
I think this
if
was
you
his
look
team.
at it and you build out a pro forma, that's the way to save money.
They're only like $150.
Mark Cuban will sell you the same thing.
$150, yeah, it's $13 a month though.
Yeah, think about that, Doug. Andy, you're making a fair observation, and I'll tell you this: a lot of people have texted in complaining about that this morning.
I hope they don't do this in the first round. If they do, I hope we never go on the power play.
Prefer that they don't go on the power play so you don't see the puck trade. It was something else. It was noticeable.
Where was it on last night? It was somewhere different?
No, I guess FanDuel Sports was just trying something new. I don't know if they're going to weave that into the playoff coverage. They get the first round, and then it goes national in the following rounds.
It really wasn't just the puck tracer. They literally had a line going from each defender. So there were so many lines on the TV. It's like, what is going on?
That is correct. And they were shot shaping throughout the course of, I noticed it in particular on one of the Blues penalty kills. And I'm like, man, this is a whole thing. Plus they had the player names above there and the little puck tracer. It was quite a...
Oh, so there was a lot more because the Blues were shooting it pretty hard last night. So I was going to say maybe it wasn't a graphic. Maybe it was like a legit flare.
No, even when a guy would stick handle, it would be moving around. So it was a whole thing. It was.
Yeah.
Andy, fair observation. You've stayed on hold for so long. Anything else you want to share with Doug or Jackson or JR or KG or myself?
Just let's go Blues.
Yeah, there you go. That's pretty good. What else can you argue with?
I hope Benny can beat Winnipeg's goalie once more. Only this time not in the Four Nation.
Amen. They faced off in the Four Nations, and he got them. Andy, thank you very much for the phone call. And Andy is speaking for a large number of people who've been texting in this morning wanting to vent about that puck tracer. And, yeah, there were shot shapes. Were you at the game last night, Doug? You went, right?
I was, yeah.
Yeah, so you didn't see it.
No.
And I'm confident Jackson didn't see it, but for other reasons.
Confirmed.
Yeah, I was observing. I'm going, God, I've watched a lot of games. I don't remember this, but maybe I wasn't watching as intensely as I'm watching for a playoff qualifying game. But this was a new little facet last night.
I'm still pitching for the NHL video game style above the ice camera, more up and down as opposed to on the side. I think that would be, for a novice like me, I think I could see the game a little better.
Would you watch then?
Well.
Okay.
So they're not going to change it.
I'd watch in the playoffs regardless, but regular season wise, I just think it would be. I'm not saying you have to switch to that, but give the option. That's my take.
Doug, did you go with Mark Hanna? Last time I saw you guys, you were spoon feeding each other.
No, we were not. We were not. I went with my son. I did not see Mark Hanna. I saw him at the MAC.
But you did not deny the allegation that he made regarding our 9 o'clock hour sponsor spoon feeding you.
I absolutely deny that.
Wow. Look
Come to think of it, wait, I did feed him something, didn't I?
Can I put the picture up to the camera here?
Yeah. Big Al wants to talk with you, JR. Big Al from the morning show. He's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Big Al, you're on 101 ESPN with the great Jeremy Rutherford.
What's up, boys? How about that game last night?
Oh, it was glorious. Were you there?
Big Al guarantee. Yes, I was there. That's why they won.
Yeah, that's true.
Ask Marty about the Pat Maroon jersey and the whole deal. But you could put $100 with Mark Hanna, and by the time the chairman answers the phone, you'll have $1 million. So we're gonna have to.
Chairman.
We're gonna have to have a little round table here, and it's gotten to the point to where Biff's calling me and Doug about chairman. Because he did it to me today, and I've talked to him about it, but I kind of told Biff we're kind of a big deal. So when chairman sees our name on the phone, he puts us right through, and Biff's upset because you're not answering him, and then he's on hold for 2 hours, like our poor guy Andy was. He was a high pitched voice till he finally got on, and then he went to a baritone. So. I know you're busy, Chairman, with your research. Everybody looks to you. You got to make sure Tim's coffee's still hot. So just do us a favor. You need to offload some of your work. So hey, Jackson, how you doing?
I'm good, Big Al. I'm very good.
Okay, well, you're going to pick up a job so we can lighten the load on Chairman so he can say hi to us and Biff won't be calling everybody upset. So your job now is to find out when Martin's going to slip out early so you can report that to Tim, and that'll take that off of Chairman to be watching Marty when he's sliding out for God knows what. And that job will go to you, and then Chairman can say, hey, how's it going? Go ahead, and I'm going to put you on hold for 2 hours or maybe a day or two for no apparent reason.
I think that was a run-on sentence.
Who seemed like
Who is this again?
Big Al, you know who it is. Don't you worry.
Oh, God.
Here I go. I'll never get called again. Hey, you guys, it was nice talking to you. So if you guess now that I'm being filtered by Chairman, no, I'm just kidding. You're doing a good job, kid. Just answer the dang phone. You got Biff calling everybody. Doug can't see the board, and Timmy's busy, and Biff's just upset because you don't answer the phone half the time, and then when you do, you put him on hold, and then he has to hold. He walks around all day with a freaking phone in his ear, hoping you're going to answer him.
All right, that's enough. That's enough.
Where's my buzzer?
How you doing, Doug?
I'm fine.
Thank you, Big Al. There he is. The reason the Blues won last night, Big Al, but he's not happy with the people not getting on the air when they call him. The
Snuggerud grew a playoff beard during that phone call.
I guess. Man, he's not happy with us at all. Maybe be happier if he had Design Air.
Yeah, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Response to the email of the day. That's at Seth Goldcamp.
That's exactly right. If your furnace sounds like it's coughing up a lung or your AC is doing absolutely nothing, it's time to call the pros at Design Air Heating and Cooling. These guys have been around since 1904. They have seen it all, fixed it all, and they don't upsell nonsense that you don't need. Seth Goldcamp runs the show. Total pro, zero fluff. And yes, Design Air is the longest running sponsor on TMA, which basically makes them HVAC royalty. They're the opposite of that shady guy you see on YouTube who tells you to replace your whole system because you sneezed near the thermostat. You don't need that. So go to designairservice.com, book your service, and let the experts handle it. Design Air, they've been keeping it cool and warm since Teddy Roosevelt was president way back in 1904. Maybe they helped get the Rough Rider his first air conditioner. I don't know. They were certainly there for it.
JR, what matchup outside of the Blues and Jets are you most intrigued by? Because when I look at what it looks like it's going to be, there are some damn good first-round series.
Yeah, there really are. I think you got to go with Dallas. Colorado,
Yeah, that strikes me as the obvious one. You got the Battle of Canada, you got the Battle of Florida, and the winners of those meet. And then the Caps go up against, at least as of right now, the Canadiens and Carolina and the Devils, and then on the other side of the bracket now VGK and the Wild, and then the Kings and Oilers. And Bernie Federico was saying on the postgame show last night, well, that's 4 straight years that they've played each other in the first round.
It seems like it, yeah. It seems like it. Now, the Dallas-Colorado, you got Mika Rantanen, that storyline there. But I'll say Toronto and Ottawa, because of what can Craig Berube do with that team. He's brought in to help them get to that next level. And I think it was Pierre LeBrun tweeted today at The Athletic. He said that he thinks this is the best, most playoff-ready Toronto team with Marner and Matthews at the helm that he's seen. So let's see what Craig Berube can do with those Maple Leafs.
And you expect it to be the Blues and Leafs, and that'll get underway. And that's a Thursday night start in Toronto.
Thursday night, yeah. I think there's a Kid and Play concert at the Enterprise Center, so they'll have to
Kid and Play, Doug House Party. Was it Kid who had the high top?
Oh, gosh, I don't remember.
I think it was Kid, Jackson. He had a high-top box cut.
What year was it?
We were talking about flat tops the other day.
Yeah, that was a flat top in 1989, I think.
It was Kid.
Thank you very much, Chairman. See, Big Al, that's what Chairman Kurt's doing over there. JR, always good to talk it over with you. Enjoy your trip to Manitoba.
Yeah, can't wait. And also can't wait for my favorite segment of the day coming up here with the email of the day. This is where I get my writing tips.
Is it really?
Yeah, I get a lot of
he's
pointers.
influenced by Buck Swope, because you've been to TMA Trivia Nights and you saw Buck Swope accost Jackson.
Yeah, it's like, how do you use certain clauses? How do you transition into the next paragraph? The email of the day is a big help.
Yeah, see? Doug, you got to tip your cap to the
provide a
writers.
service to a lot of folks, including sports writers.
Thank you, JR.
Thank you, guys.
There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct, and now is a perfect time to work with Universal Windows Direct because they have their very own spring cleaning, spring upgrading sale going on. This is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct Spring Home Improvement Event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4, you pay for 2. Need 12, you pay for 6. You get the idea, but this month, the savings do not stop there. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. It's the easiest way to start your project now without the financial pressure. And here's the real spring surprise. Get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvements project. So if you've been thinking about adding an entry door vinyl siding along with your window replacement, do it now and take full advantage of the savings. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on the big projects with confidence. Schedule your free in-home estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visiting universalwindowsdirect.com. For the last windows you'll ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan. Doug, Vaughn, Martin, Kilcoyne, he had onboarding today, so Jeremy Rutherford stepped in the 10 o'clock hour. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up, correct, Jackson?
Yeah.
After this segment?
Yes, sir.
And BK and Ferrario then following the program. You've said anything, go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company sponsor the podcast here on TMA and 101 ESPN. That is coming up on the program. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And we've got this war that I talked about going on here. And I don't know what the root of it is, but Sharon and Clayton is unhappy with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux wife because they both want to get on your show, The Real Housewives of TMA.
Do they?
But I guess they feel like you're only going to put one of them on?
Well, a little conflict is pretty good for a TV show, isn't it?
She says you can't declare yourself the housewife when no one has any real proof you're not a dude.
Very true.
Anything self-proclaimed 99% of the time is not true. Anyway, that's from Sharon and Clayton / Sanibel / Maui / Michigan. And then she said, I am volunteering to be JR's personal tour guide. Let me know when you're available. I'm back in St. Louis on Saturday. Also, my tour will include drive-bys of all of the players' homes.
That's nice. That is a nice little tour.
Sounds like she knows the way to your heart to get onto The Real Housewives of TMA.
Well, we know that she's a real housewife.
Now, what are you trying to say right there?
Well, most of these other guys are dudes. Therefore, they're disqualified. I guess they could come and drag if they wanted to. It might be funny. So that's in play, I suppose.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has responded. Sharon, what clubs do you belong to? Imagine thinking Clayton is more than a spot to grab a good dinner. Yikes. Hey, Sharon, did you end up spying through the window on the boys' party last night? And then finally, I used to grab so much rope at Jimmy's on the park between my first and second husband. That week was the best bender I've ever had. So she was only single for a week. She got divorced on one Saturday, and she was remarried the following.
Things happen quickly.
When you know, you know.
Yeah. You fall in love instantly sometimes and get the arrangements made in time to have a wedding that weekend.
Sharon says this all started with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom chirping me. I had no beef with her. Guess she can't handle me stealing her thunder.
It's not a her.
Season 1 is going to be so fire, Doug.
It's going to be.
Watch your pronouns, Sharon. It is not a her. It's a him. It's a dude.
But she just talked about how much rope she grabbed at Jimmy's on the park between her first and second husband. That's autobiographical.
Who among us, you know?
If he wants to show up in drag, I think there's probably a spot for him on the show.
Okay. So they can both be on the show.
Yes.
Then the Swing Haven board member's wife and Aaron and St. Chuck, that's the cast, or you're going to do
Baldwin Beer
auditions?
Bitch wants in,
Yeah,
I think.
that's why you got to do these auditions at Brio.
Okay.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
It sure is nice to have the greenest lawn in the neighborhood, and you can get that with Green Envy. They have come out to my house for a couple years now. They do fantastic work on your lawn, make it look great all spring, summer, into the fall. They've been in business in St. Louis for over a decade now. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our Missouri and Illinois type soil, the weather conditions and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used. With all the rain that we get, crabgrass is always a problem. When it warms up a little bit, it can take over your yard. That's where Green Envy comes in. They have a special crabgrass preventer that's a trade secret, and they can keep that weed from taking over your grass. Their service pros are commercially licensed applicators as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. These are long-term trained professionals who know what they are doing. Their program has no hidden fees and no contracts. So if you want a great-looking yard this year, give them a shout at Green Envy. The website is greenenvylawns.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Busman special for the Cardinals today, 1:15 and 12:15 first pitch. We get 1:15 Eastern, if you're watching on the East Coast. That was our Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, what a great update.
Really nice.
I forgot who was starting. Steven Matz today.
And the game time. And then the wrong time was listed.
If you didn't know what was going
good.
on in sports, it got all cleared up on that last update.
Johnny Londoff will be asking for what we call a make good in the industry.
Possibly.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Jackson, you sitting in your oversized Sleepless in Seattle shirt in the corner of the studio casting aspersions on Bryson DeChambeau, an American hero and possibly the most charismatic man to ever squat 600 pounds in Puma joggers, makes me physically ill. The man lets strangers touch the U.S. Open trophy, and you call it disingenuous? Meanwhile, one of your personal messiahs, Walton Goggins, posts blurry close-ups of his own face with captions like, feeling everything all at once, and we're supposed to just accept that is authentic? Spare me. Bryson lifts trophies and people up. You tear them down with a raspy sigh and a vague movie reference. Shut your hua mouth.
Oh.
That's from Mr. Lixon. He writes in, he says, from Ladue, Missouri.
Rational take.
Ladue, Missouri.
The Pizza Bandits struck on the second day of the Dotem, not the first. I have known their identities since that time. Oh, my goodness. I think we buried the lead. I think this is the lead. When I finished play, I noticed some guys I knew weren't there for the post-round beverages. The following show, you were talking about the Pizza Bandits, and I put two and two together, and I called them out. They admitted their guilt. But I was sworn to secrecy. Doug, Chairman Steve knows who the Pizza Bandits are.
Really? Turn them in. Be a whistleblower.
Wow. Needless to say, this has weighed heavily on me, but a man's word is a man's word. That said, these bandits are dangerous, so I need to say this. If any harm comes to me or my family because of this secret I keep, I've made arrangements that the identities of these bandits, along with their addresses and penis size, will be posted on TMA fan page on Facebook. That comes from Steve at One Youngry Way. They changed it to One Youngry Way.
Apparently so. Steve at One Youngry Way.
Doug, do you feel he has a moral responsibility to let you know who stole the pizzas at the 2023 Dotem?
We would like to know for sure.
I guarantee it. The Miners boys went to.
Well, the Miners boys got the pizza sold anyway. They probably don't care. It's all of us who are left without pizza that care.
Sorry I haven't emailed in for the past few days. I literally forgot this show even existed. Oh, my bad. What'd I miss? Let me guess. Despite his repeated use of the phrase, I'm loyal to the soil, your offensively pale producer chose to watch an NBA game between Orlando and Atlanta rather than the most important Blues game of the year. Can't say I'm surprised. What else? Oh, yeah, as of 10:15 this morning, not one single podcast segment from today had been uploaded to your app. Even though I can't experience today's content, it's nice to know that the TMA STL app still allows me to access the Balloon Party podcast.
Oh,
in case I want to relive the evergreen August 2024 episode where Tim discussed Paul Goldschmidt's slump as Jackson pretended he remembered to take his ADHD meds. Believe it or not, there's still an active Balloon Party fan page on Facebook with over 500 members, a description that reads, "We are the Patriots. We love children and communities." Yeah. Whoever wrote that needs to be investigated immediately. I haven't seen anything that creepy since the Bachelor baseball segment. What a random listener snuck onto your poorly constructed set at Ballpark Village and tried to guilt trip middle-aged strangers into dating them. Look, that's the JV golf coach. And that's what we have. The Design Air Heating and Cooling. What you got?
I'm going to give it to Mr. Licks from Ladue, Missouri.
I think a vote for Steve might help solve the bandit mystery. I'm going to go Steve.
It's crazy. JV golf
I go
coach.
JV golf coach as well. JV golf coach is one. Time for us to go. Bye.